Okay, it looks like we're streaming. I assume that means we're live. All right. And now I'm just waiting for people to show up. Hello, hello. If you can hear, what the hell is that about? Oh, that's ZBrush. That's what that's about. Sorry. Oh, you know what? Whoop, whoop, whoop. Shit. I don't think I ran this as. I didn't run this as administrator. Oh, shicely, but look at that. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. If it's a problem, we will jump to it later. Hey, Mikey's, how we doing? Thank you. Oh, there's the alarm. All right, we have 55 people. Tell me if you can see me and hear me on whatever platform you're on. That's always helpful here at the beginning. Today we're kind of working on body jewelry, but as you know, you're always welcome to ask me any questions. And I will, I will answer them. Yeah. So it looks like we have people on every. Hey, Dark Witch, how's it going? Looks like we have people on all the formats. So tell me if you can hear me and see me on. We have Twitch here, so we're missing a YouTube and what's the other one? Oh, Facebook. So if you're on Facebook or YouTube, you can hear me or see me. Please write it in the thing so I know that we are not not dark anywhere, if you know what I mean. All right. So today we're doing a body jewelry size alterations and just some wacky sculpts thereof. But like I said, feel free to ask any questions about anything. I'd be happy to. Yeah, it always gets me a little worried that there's, okay, someone on Mixer, but no one from YouTube or Facebook. I always get nervous when that happens because sometimes things go awry here. So anyone on Facebook and or YouTube, please get back and tell us if you are hearing us, because that's important. It's important. Oh, there we go. There's Facebook. So now we only need a YouTube confirmation, and then we are on fire. No one? No one's on Facebook? I mean, no one's on YouTube? All right, whatever. I don't know what to say anymore. There we go. We got someone from YouTube. All right. I guess we just don't have very talkative YouTubers today. That's fine. You don't have to talk if you don't want to. So how's it going? How was everyone's week? Anything exciting and new? What's the buzz out there, kind and gentle folk? I had a okay week so far. All is good. getting ready to start producing more videos for the for my site, so that's exciting. It's always exciting to get stuff done. Great, thank you, Greg. So yeah, I mean, things ain't bad. I hear California got shut down again. For those of you in California, sorry to hear that. But that's what happens when you all go to beaches and don't wear masks. I like how everyone's shocked. Oh God, how did this happen? I'm just saying. So once again, feel free to chime in and ask any questions you desire. I will be happy to deal with them. No, I didn't get a new keyboard actually. I decided that I will get a new keyboard here soon. I've been waiting for another check, but I've decided that while I have this influx of cash from my class and stuff, I'm going to finish off I got my sound system ready for recording, and so I'm going to buy a camera, and so I'm gonna backface masking is on. I'm like, what is it trying to tell me? I know. This week got a little flustery. Kind of a lot happened in a short period of time, sadly, and well, needless to say, I did not get everything I needed to get done. But I made some sort of important decisions. Did the research on the camera I'm going to buy, so now I'll have a camera for product shot as well as video. So maybe next week I'll use my camera as a webcam, because that's one of the things I've been trying to experiment. Yeah, sadly, it's real big money. See, I don't know. People don't like me. Look at that. We had 58 people, and now we just went to 35, and no one said hello. I need to start doing figures. I'll get a much higher stream ratio if I start doing scantily clad women. I don't know. It's kind of demoralizing sometimes, guys. Hey, how are we doing? I've just been demoralized again by my streaming on ZBrush. No one likes jewelry. They all want monsters. Wah. Oh well. Yeah. Oh well. And even though I am actually working on a scantily clad monster, yeah, and she's kind of funny. We'll see how that goes. I'll get your all's opinion of my monsters. It's for a vinyl figure, you know. We'll see. It is a hippocampus meets Giger. So actually, this would sort of is these. So this is a big hanger. Hold on. So our line of jewelry, Rusty Cyborg. I did a bunch of stuff with a company called Rusty Cyborg, and this is a hanger. This piece is here. We'll just go back to its start. Boop. Come on, you can do it. Oh no, I guess I have to come in a couple. There we go. Like these are just weights. There we go. Right, and it's sort of this wrapped up wrapped up crab claw thing. I don't know. Yeah, he would. He was a good guy. He was weirder than hell, but he was a good guy. But yeah, I think he would enjoy some of this stuff. So you can sort of see its crabby architecture, but I really like this hanger. I think it was really fun. And so I just did a bunch of rehashing some pieces to where, see, they have 8mm holes instead of 10mm holes. So I did these for new pieces that we're going to do, and readjusted some of these pieces for fabrication. These are septum clickers. And so, come on, there we go. That, and that. And these are sort of designed for gold. They're all hollowed out some more. So I was working on these, and I decided that I really like this piece. But you can see here that these are all the 4mm size, and I just want a bigger... Everything falls apart. I want a bigger piece of metal in there. So I figured, well, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and design me a ring that's 6mm. So that's substantially more weight in there. And and sort of use that as the foundation. So I just sort of stretched this out to that. And it's a smaller ring. It's only, I think it'll probably be about that tall. So it's not as hanging, but it's fatter. And so I'm kind of working on that. As we go on, I might drop it. I might jump and make a couple more clickers. I want to kind of keep on top of making new stuff for Rusty Cyborg. And sadly, I've been so insanely busy, I haven't really been able to generate much new work for the old RCC. So I figured, well, I don't really have anything that I know that I'm supposed to be working. Oh, Sculptress Pro. Not always what you want. So I figured I'd sit here and futz around with this for a while. And then if anyone has any real issues or questions, we can shuffle to that. I just figured this would be an okay place to start. So once again, if any of you have anything you'd particularly like to talk about, I will gladly change what I'm doing to tackle your issues, problems, questions, adventures, whatever. I'm open. These are one of those open days. So just keep me informed about what you all want to deal with and do, and I will be more than happy to try to meet some of that desire. Could you have XZM symmetry and also radios on? Oh, and radial. You can, but it doesn't do what you think it'll do. Like you kind of get these random I've never found a really good way of using it with radio on and multiple axes. Like here on a sphere. I have to make this a polymesh. On a sphere, X, radial XZ, you can kind of see what it's doing, but you can see that the pattern's odd, right? It's not really the most useful process, because see how it's doing it in rings on axis, and either Y in there. And you can see that it's not actually, it's doing it in 3 sets of rings on 4 sides. Yeah, I don't know. I've never really found a good use for it. You can see that it's sort of, like, you know, let's say you wanted to make a little flower or something. You might be able to make a flower ball or something, but, you know. So I guess in that context it could work, but you can see that it's actually, it's not an even disbursement, right? So, it's never been something that's oh yeah, oh no, it's all about lumpy gonad, bumpy meaty, crab leggy. So, oh yeah, oh no, that's the point. Yeah, so multi-axis radial doesn't work. I mean, I found the easiest way to deal with it is just radial one side, mirror and weld, boop. And that's the easiest way to keep things going, you know, as far as that goes, I think. All right. Of course. I am here to answer your questions. All right, let's get this Z remeshed so I'm not just dealing with the Dynamesh, so I have some ability to move my crap around some. Let's go as low as we possibly can. I don't think we have any edges we need to detect. No. Boop. Is anybody working on anything cool out there? I'm auditing a anatomy sculpting class that I'm pretty excited about. I missed last week. I didn't realize it started Saturday. I thought it started next Saturday, so I missed the first week. But hey, how's it going? I know. I'm here every Monday about this time. Did I not Dynamesh those together first? It appears I did not, so that's not going to work. Remesh by Dynamesh first. Wait, hold on. First thing we need to do is duplicate. That way I at least have some foundational bit to work back to. Now we're just going to Dynamesh this together. Ooh, that's ugly. Let's give it a little more. Boop. What is, oh, it's masked. No wonder that's not working. See, important things, right? When you're this view, it's often hard to tell what's going on. Oh, you have to accept. This is one of the things to wrap your heads around when you're dealing with the deformers in the gizmo, is that if you do not accept the function, every time you do it, it'll revert back to, if you notice I did that and it went back to that masked state. So you have to come in and make sure you accept, and now we will redo it. Remesh by Dynamesh. That's fine. Yeah, of course. So most of my custom brushes really, see how I accepted right there? Accept things. Just accept things, guys. That's important. So my custom brushes, let's see. Most of my custom brushes are Sakaki Kaoru's brush set. I use a lot of his stuff. As far as like the ones that I've customized, really all I've done is put settings in, that I particularly like, you know, to keep the smoothness of a stroke or something like that. So like my clay tubes, which is my main sculpting tool. If we go to clay tubes, if you turn on lazy mouse, you'll notice I have it at 0.003 steps, a lazy smooth at 8, and a roll distance at 10. And then I turn lazy mouse off. But those functions do affect how the strokes work, even if lazy mouse is off. So that's why I have a smooth lazy. That's why I have a smooth clay tubes brush, because I thought I saved this with that selected. Another thing here, guys, if you'll notice, I just moved this. Let's go back to the normal setting. See these little dimples right here? And I'm sure everyone's run into these, and you try to smooth them out and they never smooth out. That is because the standard setting for the lazy smooth alteration, or it's a minimum connected points within lazy mouse, or this is in, Jesus, I said lazy mouse. In your smooth brushes, a smooth modifier is minimum connected points. And what that means is 3 points need to touch the point for it to smooth. And that's why we get all these goofy little points, because that's a single point sitting out there. It's not 3 points. So what do? Where is it actually? Under your brush menu, under smooth modifiers, smooth brush modifiers, it's right here. Minimum connected points. If you slide that to 1, it'll now smooth those out. So that's a good thing to know. Neil, give me 1 sec. Let me get this. Let me redynamesh this, or remesh this real quick, and then I'll actually have some geometry I can show you. All right, so is this the Dynamesh? Yes. All right. So I've redynameshed it, so it's all one part. We're going to Z-remesh this, and I'm going to come in, and I'm just going to do a quick smooth on here, because when it Z-remeshes, it's going to try to Z-remesh to retain the details that are on the model, and that makes the remesh geometry more complex, because it's trying to figure out what it's doing there. See, this is a good example, because I had those cut in. See how there are these little puckers here, because those were like little dents in the mesh. So it's trying to retain that detail. So before you Z-remesh, it's often better to come in and smooth the surface out, and then target poly counts as low as possible, Z-remesh. Yes, I now have a printer again. Yay, team. Thank you, Formlabs. Whoop, whoop, whoop. I can print again. My printer ate it right as COVID hit, and Formlabs is in Boston, and they had shut everything down. So I haven't had a printer for a few months, and that's, it's very disturbing. I'm not used to it. It's rough. All right. So as you can see, I tried to get the lowest subdivision on. And as you notice, when I Z-remeshed, I left my symmetries on. So it's X and Z symmetrical, and it will create a mesh that is X and Z symmetrical. So within your Z-remeshing tools, you can use your symmetry tools. Once again, very helpful. Yeah, I'm going to get a Form 3 as soon as I get my studio up and stuff. I'll get a Form 3. I really needed a Form 2 because there are a couple things, like they don't really recommend using the ceramic stuff on the Form 3, and at least not yet, I guess. So I wanted a second printer, and I have a lot of older resins. I have about $4,000 worth of resins that the new printer they'll take, but how they develop the printer profiles for the resins and stuff, the Form 3 can be a little crabby about some of the older resins. So this way I don't have to stress about it. I'll just use the Form 2 and then I'll have a Form 3 as well. So I wanted the Form 2 right now though, so I could use some of those. And I have a bunch of the old trays and stuff like that, or the beds. So it was silly not to use them, right? So I just figured I'd get a Form 2 now, and then when the studio's actually up and running, I'll just get another Form 3. Hey, my clothes. Thank you. Yeah, it's no hurry. Actually, I'm buying. I went through all the rigmarole, and I'm a research monkey. My OCD doesn't allow me to buy things that are expensive without really being able to justify to myself that it's something of value. And I thought that I was going to go with the Nikon Z7. And then I knew that Nikon was coming out with a new one. And it's like, well, do you wait for Nikon to come out with a new one? And blah, blah, blah. And then my business partner has a Sony A7R3, I think. And he was like, you should look at Sony. And so it winds up that Sony has a macro lens that's a 90 millimeter macro lens that's considered one of the best pieces of glass in the world. It's a very, very highly rated macro lens. And since I'm doing a lot of macro photography, that's a big deal. Canon has beautiful macro lenses. But the thing is that the new Sony A7R Mark IV is a 61 megapixel camera. And that's up in the medium format world, right? The Z7 is 40 something megapixels. A lot of people are like, who needs those megapixels? Well, I use them a lot because in jewelry, especially if you're shooting freehand, trying to keep steady and all of that while you're down on the macro and blah, blah, blah. Well, here you can take just a regular picture and I can crop 3/4 of the image out of it and still have what the 40 megapixel camera would have taken. So for cropping, it's awesome. It has much better video than Nikon, and the autofocus is a lot better than Nikon. Its weatherproofing was better than the Nikon. And so I convinced myself I'm going to buy one of the Sony A7R Mark IVs. And then I'm going to get a Zeiss 18 millimeter lens for webcams. I'll use the camera as my webcam, so the images are just a lot nicer. You know, it has depth of field and things like that. Dude, it's the best material in the world. I mean, come on. It doesn't get better. It shows me exactly, you created the material that works for printing. I mean, it gives you exactly what you're going to get. And you're just absolutely one of the greatest guys in the world. You're awesome sauce. Right? I mean, it's good shit. Sometimes I wish it was just a touch brighter, but I'm used to it. It doesn't bother me. Yeah, that's an understatement. You, sir, are friggin' awesome sauce. There it is. My dirty blue bitches. We might have to talk about brightening this material up just a touch, because you don't want the contrast to be different, right? Because the contrast is the whole point. It's working great. All right, where did we miss this projection? So how are you doing? What are you doing online? I haven't seen you around forever. What are you up to these days? Give me an update, brother. Tell me what's up. Just a little brighter. But if it didn't get a little brighter, it's still perfect material. You can't give me credit for his work, for God's sake. No, you make some fabulous materials. Really? So now you're doing video editing. You know what? You, sir, and I need to actually sit down and have a talk. Because, are you doing it independently or are you working for a company? For those of you who haven't figured it out, that's Ma Dirty Blue, Michelangelo Hernandez. He's badass. Sinclair Broadcast Group. So is that like a larger media group, or is it a more like an independent company? I haven't forgotten your request about the brushes either. I'm trying to get this projected so we have a good high resolution model and I can show you the difference. Oh, awesome. Well, you know, I've been known to poach. Right now I can't afford him, but once all of you join my my education site, I might be able to. I am not too proud to poach. Especially poaching people I like. It was awesome. Is that the monthly rate I have to hit? Was that a passive poach number? No, that's awesome. Well, the question is, are you enjoying what you're doing? Because if you are, then there it is. I mean, that's awesome that you, you know, found something. It's the one thing about the ZBrush community that I think is going to be my, once I break it into the ZBrushers' minds, I think that I'll have a big advantage in my education thing. So I don't know if you know, I know you know I've been attempting, but so it looks like with the help that I have that we will be able to launch by that last week of September, October. I don't know what they're going to do as far as the ZBrush Summit. I can only imagine they'll have at least some sort of virtual summit. But I want to get it done, my education platform done before that, so I can sponsor the summit and kind of launch with the summit. So I'm hoping. Um, yeah, you know, the thing is this, and this is, I don't think people really understand this. ZBrush really is a work of art. Um, it's it started out as something completely different, and you know it was a 2.5D program, and Ulfer never really thought of. I mean that making a competitive 3D program was absolutely nothing that was in his mind, and then when they realized that there was a niche they could fill that was very much needed, they started to transition the program. And that's actually one of the absolutely amazing things about ZBrush's development is that there was never a plan, right? There was never a laid out, okay, we're going to do this, and then we need to cover architecture, and then we need to do this. Is the stuff that came out of Ulfer and a handful of the other developers' minds, and they're just coming up with wacky stuff. I mean, of course, sometimes they're like, oh, well, that program does that, and they're like, oh, well, we should probably do something like that. But in a lot of ways, this is one of the most organically developed programs I've ever seen in my life. And what's nice about that is that it gives them the freedom and the energy to just create magic. And every single upgrade from when I started, what was it, 2.0 or 2.2, I can't remember, has been an actual upgrade. They've actually added features to this. I mean, if you youngins actually went back and played with ZBrush 2.2, I think you'd die. You'd freak out how much it's changed. And so normally when companies develop programs like this, when things become pseudo obsolete, they kind of cut them out of the program. It's like there are menus up here that you don't ever need to go into. Where's that marker menu? Like marker, you're not going to use that. Macro, well, I guess some people do write macros, but the marker, there are a handful of these that are old stuff. But what's crazy about how they develop is that there might be something that was in 2.2 and you've never touched before, but someone will think of a way of using it to create Z remodeler or I mean, it's an incredibly organic development process, which I don't know, I think is absolutely fantastic. What it does do, because Ulfer also doesn't want to, there are still people that use ZBrush as a 2.5D program. I think they're few and far between, but they're out there. And ZBrush doesn't make that usage obsolete like a lot of companies would. So we're carrying around a lot of menu baggage, I think is a way of thinking about it. I would say build your own custom UI and get everything you want out of the menus. Right, I have all this stuff, and so I slide it around to get, what I'm using at the moment. So I create a lot of custom menus that allow me to shuffle things around so I know that I have the stuff that I need for what I'm doing at that moment. Yeah, you got me a little earlier. Yeah, I came in right when they did, I can't even think of when it was, 16 years ago, whatever it was. Right when there was the transition where it really became a productive sculpting program. And that was 2.1, 2, something in that vein. I know, right? Some markers. But that once, I think when you get comfortable with ZBrush, and actually it's really been nice to have been with ZBrush for so long, is you see how development works, and I think you become less critical of the weirdness, and you kind of embrace it, because again, to you, every upgrade is madness. You're just like, what? Where did you, I mean, it's crazy. And, I don't think I've ever been through one of the upgrades where I wasn't just like, that's just awesome. Um, yeah, so I think the key to UIs is pulling out the tools that you use, because there are a lot of the um, UV stuff and all that. I don't use any of that crap. And so I try to, even though I do need to kind of play with the UV stuff that I was playing with in the beta last time, because I think there's some capacity for that that's pretty awesome. But I got a job and then I didn't play with it for a while, and then I totally forgot how to use it. So I'm really mad about that. Like in the beta, you come up with something really cool and you're like, yeah, then you get a job and you don't use it, and then you try to go back and get it to work and it's like, yeah, there's a little bit of that. I don't know what you mean. The upgrades are amazing and the development's impressive. Um, it's yeah, I mean, every time they give us the little previewy thing and you look at it and you're just like, what? And they creep some things in, and then at the next meeting they drop something, you're just like, what? And what's funny is in the beta, they're actually working on it still. It's not, these aren't betas like for, Autodesk or something where it's basically done. And, they just want people to see if they can break it. No, the ZBrush betas are awesome because they're still working on it. And man, they're adding stuff. It's exciting. I don't know. It's very exciting. And it's always incredible to see how, in your contact or in your comment, where other companies or other programs or other things are, become important usage things. They tend to find a way of really giving us what we want and giving us what we need without us even knowing what we need. It's pretty darn rad. But that does lead to absolutely clusterfluggy menus sometimes. It's awesome. I don't know. I just think that, once again, just the development speed and energy, and every year they add something that you never saw coming. Oh, you're going to be so excited. They're just, they're incredible developers. It's very cool. It's kind of a good shape. I know, right? Oh, I'll tell you, I use timeline for sizing and all kinds of stuff. All I know is when they came out with ZModeler, I almost peed myself so I could stop using Modo and actually just work in one program. Yeah, no, I use timeline all the time. Like for sizing, I do the first ring and the last ring, and then on the slots you just lose the timeline and you get that morph between them, and so I can do all my sizing in like one sitting like that. It's super fast. It's really cool. And as opposed to like the major competitor in jewelry, or not competitor, the program that owns the jewelry market is called Matrix. And the thing about matrix sizing is like, so let's say you have this and it's going to size this. It literally just stretches it, right? It's not morphing. It's just stretching. So everything gets distorted and weird. And what's nice about doing it here is you sculpt the first one and then you sculpt the last one. So, you know, of course, when you stretch it, it's going to stretch, but you sit there with your brush and you push it so it's all kind of now back to proper proportions. And then it's in between those, so it never has that point where it distorts. It's a really 60. Oh, dude, there are things that I've worked on in the beta where that was the one thing I focused on, or one of the few things I focused on to really dig in because I thought it was cool. And then when I start working, I completely forget about it. And yeah, I see like someone on, like I've been, you know, I watch the master streams and stuff, and I'm just like, I mean, I use that. It's crazy, like tools that I used for years that I found a new tool to do the job, but it's still a good tool. I forget about it and I see it. And like, it's always Paul. Gabbery! It's always Paul that uses one of the tools that I used every day for a long time. And I'm just like, damn it. I'm like, totally forgot about that one. That's why I'm actually really excited and optimistic about my education thing, because once we get the basic videos done, where, you know, people can start learning and doing their thing, we can then go back and reinvestigate every tool and start to make videos about tools that I don't use a lot, or tools that I played with a little, or, you know, it's actually quite a compelling thing. A lot of people, you know what? I've never even opened Cinema 4D. I know a ton of people use it. I just, this is a kind of throwback. I was having a real problem coming up with good scaled, you know, because back then it was like, pull out a ball, there you go, you start with that, you know, oh, you could use these spheres, okay. I was having problems trying to get relative scale. Like I can make a ring and squeeze it and make it right, but then I need these things to be the right size, and that was very hard. And for those of you who don't know, the ZBrush forum used to be a lot smaller. There just weren't that many of us. But what was cool about that is that you had these people who were, you know, we had some really wonderful working professionals who participated. And it was Rick Baker who told me to use Modo. He was like, Tomas, use Modo. And so I was using Modo to do my base models there for a few years. But now the forums are just, there's so many people, you know, the forums just blast through. You have you can't keep up with anything. You just... Oh yeah, there's some brilliant hard surface modeling done in ZBrush. As you can tell, it's not really my thing. I do organic hard surface modeling. All I can say is that, you know, a lot of people, I mean, you can look at the technology, right? And if all you're doing is technology, you can find, you know, programs that compete and, you know, do wonderful things and blah, blah, blah. But I'll tell you this, the community of the ZBrush community is really, at the beginning, what sold me. You know, I mean, you know, Michelangelo here, I mean, how long have we known each other? I mean, you know, literally like 16 years, you know, we've been in between each other's lives, you know, in the sense of, when it was that small, you got to interact and touch and see and hear people, you know. And that's what's awesome about the ZBrush Summit, is that it's small, you know, it's not a huge event. And you can have some of the top industry professionals and people who've never used ZBrush before, and we all get together and everyone's very helpful, and it's a very like the whole weird backbitey competition thing doesn't really happen a lot. It's really an environment of people who like to share information and want people to use this program in the way that they can make it use their way. And I don't see a lot of communities that are that generous with their time and energy, honestly. I think the community is one of the very real powers of ZBrush that goes uncommented, and I don't think people understand how powerful it is as a community. I know, it's 16 years, isn't that crazy? I think 2003 was my last film. I think that's when Big Fish was. That was the last film I worked on. Well, I went home and worked on Cat in the Hat, but yeah, it's been a long damn time. Yeah, I know, right? Goddamn IRC. Holy hell. That- that's a flash to the past. I know, I love it. It's like, yeah, you know what, dude? I lived in a world without the internet. No, it's crazy. I was talking to these gentlemen who I work with. Well, it's one of the guys that I work with, and his friend. And I was like, you guys have to understand that you're young. And they were like, no, we're not young, rah, rah, rah. And I'm like, no, you do not understand that we lived in a world without social media. We lived in a world without this kind of mass communication. And it's a crazy time to have lived. There weren't cell phone. Hell, I remember wackadoodle dial phones. And I mean, how many of you know what were they landline? Not landline. God, what's the line that everyone shared? I can't even remember the name of it. But basically, there was one phone line, and like 6 houses on the street had the one phone line. So you pick up the phone, and someone could be talking, and you put down the phone. Party line, thank you. DSL. Nice try, Rue. It was a lot earlier than that. The world has changed so much in my lifetime. And my great-grandfather, in his life, they literally had carriages. And then, like, he went from watching the Industrial Revolution and, 2 world wars, and then a bunch of goofy, dumb little wars, and Man Walk on the Moon. And, that's madness. And now I kind of feel like we're seeing the world change that dramatically again in some ways. It's fascinating I think my generation's an interesting generation, because the generation before us was a little too old to adapt to the technology for the most part. And the generation after us never knew anything different. So it's a fascinating generation. Yeah, exactly. No party lines, man. It's crazy talk. Just crazy talk. No, it's been a fascinating journey seeing what's happening, and honestly, it's a little depressing to see that we're regressing in so many ways. How society can suck and really fast. There's still, my friend is he's 10 years younger than me, and he's an educated black guy, and he's been posting a lot recently, obviously, and he has been through a very interesting journey where his mother was white, and they were a very, 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 very prominent part of the community. And, having a black father in that community, the community wouldn't let her buy a house because she had black kids. Her mom had to buy the house because they wouldn't sell it to her with, having black kids. And, he went through like a lot of that. And, what I find fascinating is, everybody wants these changes and these changes to happen now. And we get information at this internet speed, and we think that the world will change around us at those speeds. But cultural changes are people. It's not technology. And it's very hard to remember that, I think. And because in a lot of ways, this is that last grasp of that white male privilege, and they're not going to go anywhere until they die. You have to change the mind of your population to move forward. And in a lot of ways, we had done a very good job, to the point where we had shamed that lunatic, racist, wingding, sexist, that you can't say those things, you can't do those things. And it kind of suppressed it, and there was sort of this level, but, recently, and it's not just Trump just gave him the go-ahead, but like with the wars over immigration in the 90s and stuff, that racism as politic creeped back into our politics. And once your leaders are doing it, then of course you feel completely comfortable being, that racist asshat. And no, it's, and sadly, you're not going to change Mitch McConnell. You have to wait for Mitch McConnell to die. And those people who think that he's a wonderful, politician that represents their needs and wants, those people have got to kind of go away. There's not an easy way to change them to then in turn change society, I don't think. So it's an interesting journey right now. We're in a very, very interesting and convoluted times. What's the Chinese curse, may you live in interesting times, or the purportedly Chinese curse. I read something about it. I don't think it actually was Chinese, but it's going to get weird, because if Trump loses this year, or I think that there are going to be a lot of angry people who he stirred up, and it'll be fascinating to see how that plays out. Oh, no, without a question. I mean, and, that's the thing. It's like we have, I think, culturally speaking, this whole transition has been mind-blowing. I mean, women and blacks and a social reform came in 100 years. I mean, that's so fast when you're talking about cultural times. It's just, I think sometimes we don't understand that we're actually traveling at cultural speed. These changes aren't information changes. They're, you have to convince a large portion of the society that these things need to change, So it's always an adventure, I think. I want to move to New Zealand. I love it down there. Oh my God. I don't know if they'd let me in though. They'd be like, oh no, we know all about you, Wittelsbach. rabble rouser. Yeah. Yeah, well, once a president can say, oh, but there are good people on both sides. No, no, actually, that's not true. I mean, are there people who are good to the people that they like around them and, make good potato soup and make you, give you a comfort food around the fire and blah, blah, blah? Yeah, sure. Of course there are good people in everywhere. But the fact is that if you honestly believe that you are superior to someone because of their race, creed, or color, or you're an idiot. I mean, but then there's still people who are flat earthers. Didn't someone just spend $21,000 on a test to prove flat Earth? I mean, I, I hate to say it, and I say this a lot, and I know I'm going to get banned from Facebook one day, but I really do blame social media, because once Facebook became a news organization and not just a dating app for college students, if you do not edit and control truth, in the sense of if someone is flagrantly lying, you fire them, once truth becomes relative, there are real problems. And then you get something that delivers you an echo chamber. And I mean, I guarantee you that there is a group on Facebook or Reddit or whatever who, believes that wombats are actually, reincarnated Russian children. And all you need is 10 people, 20 people that'll go, yeah. And now you have this echo chamber where you could have your stream filled all day, every day with people who believe, wombats are reincarnated Russians. And if all you see is the reaffirmation of your idiotic idea with no challenge, you have a society that's going to fail, or at least fall. Because I keep hearing, oh, truth is relative. Truth is relative. Well, the perception of those truths or issues is relative, but there is no relativity tied to the earth is a sphere. It is not a disk. In the day that you can justify that in mainstream conversation, what the hell? Well, I completely agree. I think and there's a big rise of cancel culture right now that scares me, because in the past, cancel culture is a very dangerous thing, because it does not allow us to actually look and remember what happened. Now, this whole thing with the Confederate statues, I think that we should bring them down or put them in context in some way, because those are not statues that were war memorials. Those were built much later, and they were intentionally there to be oppressive and reinforce the Jim Crow laws. I heard that there's a big issue with the Robert E. Lee statue in Richmond, Virginia. And that was, I guess, the capital of the Confederacy. And, it's a huge statue, and they have this whole road that's Monument Row or whatever. And, it's a world. People come from all over the world to see it. And, this heroic glorification of these men who were treasonous. I mean, 600,000 people died in the Civil War because of, at the end of the day, their desire to retain slaves. And, there's no way around that. That's the facts. And, many of them were hung for treason. You can't glorify that as something that is a viable, positive thing in society. But, all these statues were put up. And it's like, okay, so how do we, I don't think we, where does it stop? Where you have to have a point where, they want to tear down Andrew Jackson statues now because Andrew Jackson owned slaves. Okay, but the founders of this country, okay, so do you just take it from, how far back do you go back and say these people were miserable, horrible people? I mean, slavery was a international institution that there was really no way of getting around for a long time. And there's a change, people's minds are different. And when you're raised in things, you can't hold past figures up to contemporary mores, I don't think. So, okay, so how do we do it? How do we deal with it? Well, I don't know if any of you have seen Monument Row. It's a very long road. It's probably a mile and a half long, and it has this big walkway up the center, and these Confederate monuments are on the sides. Maybe you, as a sculptor, this is just an idea, maybe up that center row you take and figure out how many slaves were sold in Richmond, Virginia. And I'm just going to say, let's say it's 500,000. I'd be shocked if it's that high. That's a big number, but let's just say it's 500,000. So why don't you take and make, 500,000 sculptures of slaves that then are the center of the row going up and surrounding the statue of Robert E. Lee. And then you're looking at that statue, that heroic statue becomes not ironic, but the contrast of the opinion of that person and what the actuality of that politic was built on. So now when people come and see these things, they have relativity, right? There's context that you don't get from, you just see a heroic dude on a horse. Well, we see heroic dudes on horses all over the world. So, oh, he's a hero, And I think by somehow or another creating context for these statues, and I don't think we should destroy them by any means. If anything, they should just go into like the Confederate Museum, right? And make sure that that Confederacy Museum is dealing with, how many people died? Why did it go to war? But where, if you're viewing this stuff, you're viewing it in context of the issues. Because I think just getting rid of this stuff is insane. I don't think that's the best policy. Yay! Yeah, exactly. And like I said, or place them into a position of context, where it can become a powerful statement. Because I don't know if you've seen the Andrew Jackson Memorial. It's a very large, phallus, of course. But it's a very powerful sculpture and sculpture position, just, because the entire area was developed to point you at this thing that's in the center of this rotund. And I think that that's such a powerful thing that instead of just wiping it out, I think that creating something where it becomes an educational thing as opposed to just destroying the things we don't like, that doesn't work. It doesn't work. It's like, remember, when certain Christian groups came through and knocked all the penises off of statues in museums because, God doesn't like to see penises. And you're destroying, history in a way. And I think it's the same thing. I think we shouldn't destroy history. We should put it in its appropriate context. Because, there are some horrifying examples of cancel culture where, the burning of Alexandria, that's cancel culture, right? And I think it can get that weird and bad. So, if everyone just jumps on the bus and everything, like, the whole Me Too movement, and don't get me wrong, I'm a complete believer in egalitarian equality. I'm not, but I think that when I can't think of her first name, Senator Jillian, when she came out and they were talking about Al Franken and, what's his name? Weinstein. She said, no, there is no difference. There is no gray. This is a black and white issue. That's insanity. And that's the kind of stuff that makes us do things. Nothing is black and white. Everything has gray. And you can't just throw everything out you don't like because there's momentum to throw it out, I had a question. Do you have to do anything? No. Preferences, tablet. You may want to futz with these size sensitivity, Z sensitivity. I don't know. I know at one point I futzed with this stuff, so I don't know if these are factory or if these are the ones that have always, but you may be able to find it here. You shouldn't. I know that in the Wacom you can go in and try and press and stuff, but if you're saying that you've already done that, that would be the other place. I find it weird. Well, but that's my exact point. Real history isn't taught anymore, at least not to the youth. I mean, like civics isn't taught. I mean, if Trump knew anything about civics, half of the things. What's so funny is like a lot of the defenders of Trump and stuff, they're like, oh, well, he didn't break any laws or criminal laws. And the thing is like most of the parliaments and constitutions in the world came out of the Age of Enlightenment. And these men believed in cordiality. They believed in being gentlemen. Now, you may scream and yell and whatever, and I'm not saying that everyone was super nice to each other. I mean, just look at, Hamilton and Jefferson. Those two really, ooh. But when it came to developing outside, but once you stepped inside that building, people tried to work together. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that, for God's sakes, some of them shot each other. I'm not saying that it's utopia, but they never thought that they would have to write laws about some of this stuff. The Emoluments Act is real. You don't have to write a law saying that's illegal because no one would have even Nixon had enough shame to know that he was going to be impeached, and he left. And you have Nunes saying all this crap, and then it winds up that he got $2.5 million of the small business stuff. There's no shame in our nation's politics right now, and sadly, there really should be. And I think education is a big damn deal because a lot of these things that people are holding up as, I love, there was a senator who would say, well, our founding fathers would freak out because there's no way in the world that, any of our founding fathers would force anyone to wear a mask. I'm like, what are you talking about? Washington forced his entire army to get smallpox vaccine and it feasibly won us the war. It's like, you don't know, you're a political leader in this country and you don't even know your history. It just blows me away. Because I was kind of raised to be a politician, so I learned a lot about politics when I was a kid. And there are things that, even Nixon wouldn't do. And that's a hell of a statement. It just blows me away. I mean, like, you think McCarthy had no shame. I mean, these guys, they don't care. And it just blows me. We are, it's rough. Yeah, this is it's a click. So like these, I sort of developed this like little clasp here where it's just a pressure seat. I made the cutters. I'm not saying I invented it. I'm just saying I developed a system for me to make these. So you can, I don't know if it focuses, but you can see, and it's just like a pressure closure. So I want one that's, see my holes are a little bigger than these. So I really like this. I have this hanger. And you can see that's just a weight, right? You just hook it through. And I really like this, but I thought that I would make a clicker like that. And so that's what we're making tonight, is a clicker based on that. Yeah. It just hurts. All right, so now all the way back. Yeah, it's beyond frustrating to me. Yeah, we will. Now, most of these, most of the body jewelry that we've been working on has been done in Thailand at a place called Salamander. They're awesome. They basically do a ton of body jewelry. That's what they mainly produce. And so we had them producing most of our jewelry. I think we've now found a place around, we're in Gandia, Spain. I think we found a place close to us that's doing some of the gold casting there in Spain. But most of these, most of the body jewelry stuff was cast in Thailand. The rings and stuff, we've done our own casting here in the States, that is. What link am I supposed to give you? I literally, I hold the keyboard in my lap, and this is on one of the arms. I don't know if you can see that. So that way I can kind of fiddle and fuddle, but my keyboard is always like right by my hand as I sit on my key, or it just sits in my lap. That's why this one's a little tricky, because it's a tiny little one, and when you sit, you know, you kind of spread your legs, and so it falls in between my legs sometimes and things like that. But did that help that? Yeah, no, I just set it in my lap, and I have a good chair. I have an Air1 chair, so you know, I can sit forever and it doesn't bother me. The other thing, they don't have them anymore, I don't think. Hold on, let's see if they. If anyone can find one of these things, I don't. See, I think that it'll say not available. I love this ding dong. Oh, it's always in motion. That's the whole damn point. If you can find one of these things used or something like it, I have a few of these. And you can see that it has like little curved ends, so you can tilt up and down, and your wheels. And the nice thing about it is that, like, when I move like this and like this, it's not here. My feet go with me, and it keeps you from planting your feet. I think a lot of people have problems when they sit because they just plant. And if you have a swiveling chair and you plant, you move, you're actually torquing your knee joints. So I got one of these and just moving them around and going, and because then you move your legs a lot. And that whole thing where like you can have a heart attack from a block when you sit too long and things like that. Well, the Erewhon chairs, the seats are this mesh, and then that moving around, you never really have that intense pressure on your legs, and you get motion. And that's another way I sit forever. Are you asking for Salamander? It's just salamander.com, I think. If you ask, I can give you the new sales rep too, if that's what you're talking about. Okay, good. They really get out those details. You mean most of it? Yeah. The problem is stainless steel has, I guess you'd call it ductility, I think might be the reason. So as it's pouring in, when you get very, very, very sharp details, often it doesn't fill all the way in because the metal has a lack of viscosity, maybe. Sorry, it felt like there was some hair or something in my mouth. So you wind up like a silver cast or a gold cast will be sharper. The stainless steel just seems to be soft, or softer in the castings. That also has to do with finishing. It's very difficult to finish stainless if it has details because it's a hard metal. So trying to polish it can be a pain in the butt. So it is a struggle to retain 100% of the detail. In silver, it's there, but the hinges and stuff don't really hold up in silver. Especially a click, that dimple, the dimple and nipple, the one at either trench or two, the nipple rub down. So silver's just too soft for that kind of closure to retain any kind of... Hi, Comics Legend. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate it. It's so funny. I never know how I come across, because once again, the ZBrush community is really, especially the contemporary ZBrush community, is really, superhero, heroic figures, sci-fi things. And so I think for the mainstream of the ZBrush community, I come out of left field. I don't think a lot of them know how to deal with me. So I tried to present a way that you can use ZBrush and, think about monetizing yourself. What we're talking about is this. So see, there's a little there's a dent. There's a dent right there, and then there's a nipple right there. And so this is just a tension closure. And it'll rub down in steel, but in silver, you wouldn't be able to wear this for a year. That would just get to the point where especially if you're taking it on and off every night, you'd rub that down very, very fast. And there are ways around it. You can make a different kind of closure where it's not just that tension, but so these are all done for my company called Rusty Cyborg Creations. My partners, Sampa von Cyborg and Aneta von Cyborg. And I think he'll probably post a link. So these are all done for that company, and yes, they are for sale. This one's not, obviously. I'm just making this one, but And thank you, I appreciate it. Well, everything I make is in ZBrush. So yeah, so what I do for these, okay, so material modifiers, set the intensity A to 133. Intensity A to 1.333. Do I have to put an exclamation point in there? I would say that might be a little too high contrast. Oh, okay. You're like, you big ass dummy. Okay, so hold on. We got to take intensity A back to 0. Or was it 0.0030? In the materials, set the A Oh. Well, that says intensity A too. Intensity A, 1.333. Okay. Right? I just did it. Awesome sauce. See? Nice. Just saying. You know, it's just that little bit. You're a fucking rock star. Now, the question is, how do I save this? Is it just this save? Save as startup material. All right, let's do that. But I need to material save. There it is. Bitches, look at that. You're a rock star. I adore you, my brother. Look at that. It's just that little bit brighter. I like it. I like it. All right. Oh, yeah, no. Stainless steel is a nightmare to work with. I mean, you know, people complain about silver, but silver is just butter to cast. And I mean, high carat gold is, you can cook it too hot or something like that. But with modern machines, it's so easy. Is there any way to make a sculpture, let's say, on a plan of a person, or just a sculpture of a person? Well, no, I'd probably just take this, squeeze it down, and put it on the model, just like as a separate subtool would probably be how I'd do it. If you want something like as an alpha, that's exactly what I'd do. I'd grab doc and make an alpha. Another way, if you really want a much cleaner thing than an alpha, you can take a plane, you can grab doc, or you can take this and project to that plane and then use that as a VDM, and then you could get some overlaps and things like, you know, you could get a more detailed applicable or applicable object. Hey, Saeed. Happy ending, y'all. Oh, Roy, you leaving? It was a great pleasure. Please join me again. I'm here every Monday, so feel free to drop by and chat. I know, right? Just that little bit of kick gave us a little bit of brightness. Lets it kick off the. Michelangelo, you're my hero. Of course. So, when we were talking about the body jewelry stuff, one of the things that I do a lot is, so I make this, right? And this is the mechanism of this part, right? So I never have to think about, will the geometry of that closure work anymore? I just take this, I scale it up and down, pop it on, cut it, and it breaks the pieces into the parts, right? You know, it gives you the part, it cuts the hole, it cuts all of this. And once I get that cutter tuned, I never have to worry about the mechanical function again. And it really allows me to feel very free about designing and developing pieces. You just kind of slide them around, and I mean, you know, this angle just has to have enough steepness to it. So, like, you know, if you do it like this, it just falls out. You know, it's have enough closure where that nipple is going to hit that dimple, and that's going to close. So. In this intensity A, I thought it was this one. It's this intensity A right here. Hey, it changed. Oh, 299, not really. So that's the one we changed. Awesome. Let's save this in brushes. Boop, boop, boop. Shit, boop. I'm not supposed to see that. Boop. No. Boop. Startup. Materials. This will now be my super blue. Uh-oh. I don't know, is this something I should do on... Sometimes I do things that I'm not supposed... Like type my password. When I'm teaching, I type my password into things all the time. I'm an idiot. Yeah, just not clever. You know, it's only dots, but I had keystroke things, so everyone kept seeing... Yeah, of course you can grab it. It is... well, I have to post Moss Super Blue somewhere. Next week I'll have it up with a download link. Well, I mean, I'm dumb. I can just do it right this second. Well, here I go. See, I was about to... Give me till next week, because I was about to type things into things, and yeah, My Dirty Blue 1. Boop. Boop. Okay, that's in downloads, right? So I can close that, go to that. Oh, I guess, can you load materials from here? Yeah, load, download. Ooh, that's very exciting. See, the only problem with this one is that the contrast is very high. So what's so great about the Ma Dirty Blue is that the contrast shows you what you're getting out of printers, right? So with this, I would tend to make things less dynamic, or not as deep, because it's showing me the contrast, but that contrast isn't technically there. But I'm keeping this one too because it's good. What plugins aren't working? Yes, actually, there it is. Oh no, go here. Dirty blue. There, hold on. Load. What am I doing? Oh, this PC, Windows C, program files. Pixologic. Boom. Materials. Nope, I did that again. Startup. Materials. Ma super blue. Boop. There we go. What's Nightbot? What's going on? Oh yeah, no, if you whatever the bot is, if you repeat the same thing, like people were doing ha 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 ha, and they were getting blocked. So be careful about doing repetitive icons. They'll get you. I know you got to be careful, right? You are such a badass. No, do you still have my phone number? It's the same number. Oh, hold on. Oh, be careful, Mikey's. You're gonna get it. Interlaced ribs. This one? Is that what you're talking about? Is that an alpha? No, that's sculpted. I just hand sculpted it. I just went at it. Is that what you're asking? Was this an alpha? No, no, no. I don't use alphas for sculpting. I think that yeah, no, not really. I like to actually sculpt my stuff. I think that, like, even scales and stuff, like I'll actually hand sculpt scales. I'm that lunatic. Oh, here, let's do this. This is a better tool. Oh no, it's not, because it doesn't deal with you can't come on, use your head. You can't use symmetry with the history brush. Um, there you go. Text me first. I don't answer numbers. I don't know. But I think you're probably on my phone. But text first. That's always the safest way. Because, like I said, I don't answer phones. I don't answer calls. I don't know the numbers from. Especially. See, it's annoying when that happens. All right, well, I guess it doesn't matter because it winds up distorting. Like, projection used to work with, well, maybe it didn't. What the hell do I know? So I like history brush better than projection. So if you go to what you want as your base master part, come up, hit control on the square, and so you get a little white square there. That's now the history state. So when we come in here, instead of using project proper, you have to turn symmetry off. Well, I tend to do fire by hand. Snake hook's a good way of doing it. I don't know if there's an easy fire trick that I know of. Like I said, I tend to just, snake hook's a good one. Did you hear it? It did work. That's the right one. Yeah, I don't have like really groovy tricks for some of that stuff. I just sweet. Boy, I'm umming a lot tonight, aren't I? I'm trying to think if there's a fire trick that I can show you. Because normally I just kind of get in there and just pull crap around until it looks okay. When you're using history or projection, make sure to rotate around with it. Because when you cross over, see, like, that's not what I'm looking for either. Stop it. Come on. When you cross over, see how you get these pulls? So you want to make sure that you rotate around if you're going to do it. I think this is going to wind up just being a reprojection. I think that's what we're going to do. I'm going to turn on symmetry. Let's get our masking tool kind of where we want it. What are you doing? Where? Oh, because I have to do that first. Get my sharp masking tool back. I think I want all of this. I kind of like what we did here. We're going to keep this. And is that different? What have I done in here? Honestly, I really haven't done much. I just want to keep that because that is different. Project all. No. Project history. Why do you pushing the ring into duplicate And can you use VDM to do bob relief? Yeah, actually VDM works very well to do bob relief. But you kind of have to have the sculpture done. I mean, I guess you can sit there, sculpt on the VDM, and then apply it in different places. Yeah, of course. It works very well for that, actually. This is thinking really hard, so if the stream lags, don't panic, anyone. I didn't run OBS as administrator, so the stream might lag while this is choking through this. I apologize. That was my bad. No, I'm projecting my model with subdivisions to my Dynamesh model. Because the Dynamesh, that model came in as an STL. And so I Dynameshed it to homogenize the mesh so it was clean. And then I squished it down to this. And then, yeah, because I want, the model that I always want to be working on is the quad model with subdivisions. I always want to work with my subdivisions. Because that, did we fail there? Could you hear me throughout that whole thing? So no, right? So this is my Dynamesh model, right? And then I Dynameshed it, Z-remeshed it down to like 690 something poly, and then I subdivided it up. And then this allows me to, right, so now I have my base reprojection of those details. Oh, okay. So, oh, okay, good. But see, now I'm working on the model with the subdivision levels, and that allows me to then be able to lower my sub D, do big moves, and not distort the model. Like if I want this a lot longer, right, I just take this all the way down to my lowest. Move cannot be, oh, it didn't register. So like, let's say I know that I want this to actually become like that much more dramatic, right? As long as you can see that I'm paying attention here and I want those squares to be relatively the same size, right? And so now when I bring my higher res up, it doesn't distort the mesh nearly as much as if you were moving it, right? So this is why I like having my subdivision levels. And then let's say I've decided that I want to make this completely mechanical in here instead of this organic. It allows me to lower my subdivision levels. And I'd just start here. I'd go smooth, higher res, smooth, higher res, smooth, higher res, smooth, higher res, smooth. And now you can see that I have I have a nice clean surface here that if you were using a Dynamesh, you'd never be able to get that smooth again like that. So this way, retaining your subdivision levels throughout your process allows you to do things like stretch without too much distortion and smooth without all the drama and lumpiness. I mean, you can see that you're just relaxing that base mesh to be a nice smooth surface. You'd never be able to do that with a Dynamesh in that context. Oh, I'm kind of sitting away. Hold on. Is that better? Mikey's, do we have a link to my interface? Is the sound level okay? No, that's why I'm here. I stream more to answer questions than for you guys to see me go from point A to the end of a product. You know, I tend to stream to answer questions, so you cannot ask too many questions in my book. Because my process is a little different than most people out there showing and using ZBrush, because like I'm trying to manufacture stuff, so the needs of the geometry and stuff are dramatically different than if you were just building a character and trying to get it like for a game or video. So I don't mind answering questions, because I really think that in a lot of ways, because let's face it, a lot of ZBrushers are just never going to get a job in either the film or gaming industry. But what you can do is learn how to manufacture stuff, and you can make toys, you can make jewelry, you can make miniatures, and you know, you can monetize your skill set, because there's some incredibly talented ZBrushers who, like I said, will just never get a job in the industry. And this is stuff you can do from your home. You know, the investment isn't super high. And yeah, so I feel like that's my mission, to get you guys kind of sorted out with being able to make some money with ZBrush that isn't necessarily studio work. Because I worked in the studios for a long time, and I'll tell you what, I'm a lot happier now. Now, Mikey, make sure that I change the Kajabi stuff. That might be an old interface. Damn it. No. I always start with ZModeler. I try to keep my models, that base model, below 700 polys. And that allows me to have like 8 or 9 subdivision levels. And that's normally, I like to work in that 7 to 9 subdivision levels, because that gives you plenty of separation in your geometry, right? And it allows you to really take advantage of those features that I was kind of showing you. Now with Unreal Engine 5, that might change a little. What might change a little? So to give you an example, this goes down to like 700 polys, right? And this is what most of my base models look like. Now, it would have been simpler than this because I wouldn't have sculpted the details yet. So you're seeing some of the lumpiness that was created from the actual sculpture. But this is what my base model would sort of start off at. Now, actually, my base model starts here, and then I just sculpt off of that, you know. Because I know that's the appropriate ring size that I'm trying to work on. Oh, nice. Very cool. Yeah, I think, you know, and I don't mean this as a negative term, I still think so many people got involved with ZBrush because they're fanboys or girls, right? You know, where it comes from, either a game they loved or a video or a film that they saw, and that's where they saw it. And a lot of the people who started in ZBrush are thinking that kind of studio job, where I come from manufacturing, and well, my introduction to ZBrush was in manufacturing. I worked in the film industry for 12, 15 years. I don't even remember. But there was no digital sculpting then. We were all physical sculptors, So this came after my career in the film industry. But I think that once we get out there a little bit more, I think that it's a very good resource for a lot of people to be able to monetize their talent. Because, there's so many talented ZBrushers, and just, you got to do something to make money, I would think. I know I do. I'm just happy that I now make money teaching you guys how to make money. That's good. A harmonious cycle. But is that then... Well, you know where to go. As soon as I get the site launched, I'll give you a membership so you can get in there. Yeah, that's the question right there. And that's one of the things that I really try to teach. I think there are a lot of places where you can learn how to use the program, but I think you need to learn to think, right? That's a very big part of this whole thing. And, how do you develop a voice? Well, I think in how I've seen it done, it's like, okay, so how accomplished are you as a ZBrusher? Can you make the things that you see? Because the first thing you have to do is be able to sculpt a little. I would say so much of it's just research. It's, immersing yourself into things, because, I go through my inspiration a lot. And so, here, I'll give you, if people don't, it's that Kajabi site. The Vertex School Workshop right there, just above you, Life. If you go there and you put your name on the email list, I'll keep you informed about what's happening. Actually, I have to go in. Mikey's, make me do it this week. I have to go in and update the Kajabi stuff and send out a group email so people know that things are happening. I hate spamming, so I haven't really done a lot of email. I'm not the best businessman in the world. I'm a pretty darn good sculptor, though. Here. Actually, I might have it. Dropbox. Education platform. That's not the one I'm looking for. Education. Maybe it is graphics assets. Nope. As you can see, I'm not the most organized person in the world here. I'm trying. I'm working on it. Assets. All kinds of documents, maybe. Nope. Week 2 asset. Nope, that's from this class. All right, we'll forget it. We'll do it this way. So, Windsor. McKay. Images. Boom. Sullivan. Images. Images. Come on. Why are you chugging down with that? Is that not right? No, that's not what I want. Oh, it's because I can't spell. Boom. Boom. Images. We'll move this up here. Images. All right. So basically, I mean, how did I develop my voice? All right. So when I was a kid, I was a big Winsor McCay fan. And I think that now Winsor McCay produced, well, one, some of the most imaginative, but also his conceptualization of motion is amazing. His ability to create incredibly dynamic and wonderful environments in a still environment. His use of color to accent that motion. Like, he just really mastered motion. And he was trippy. And as a kid, I absolutely loved Winsor McCay. My grandfather had, well, my great-grandfather, my grandfather had some of his works and had some books with his stuff in it. And so I loved reading. I'd sit there and read them all the time. And so this was one of my starts into the visual world. I grew up around art. There was a lot of art on the walls. I was surrounded by art. And I just remember this was one of the comics that I would sit and read all the time because I just found the visual storytelling to be incredibly compelling. So then when I was a kid, we went to Chicago and I saw this window and it changed my life. Louis Sullivan is just absolutely amazing. A lot of people are like, oh, Giger, your inspiration was Giger. And if you actually pay attention, Louis Sullivan is much bigger inspiration to my work than Giger, honestly. Some of the surface detail stuff really belongs to Giger, but if you know anything about my work or are familiar with my work, these flows and forms are really that French Art Nouveau is just something that inspired me and fascinated me. Lalique. Oh, I didn't. Hold on. We have to put Lalique in here. How could I forget Lalique? What the hell? Not like jewelry. It's kind of funny because Lalique jewelry is actually what made me want to become a sculptor. So we'll put it here behind Louis Sullivan. So this is on the street in Chicago, and it blew me away. As a kid, it like I said, it changed my life. It really set a visual vocabulary that I was completely, absolutely, and utterly fascinated by. And so I got a bunch of books about Art Nouveau. And so when I was a kid, this Art Nouveau stuff just, and the French really had a particular Nouveau movement that was really pretty, we can't forget. I can never spell French. There it is. They have like 50 million vowels and no consonants, and it all blends together, and I can never remember how to spell anything. So obviously in Paris, these were absolutely exciting and wonder. The metro entrance is just staggering. And when you get stuff that in public that looks like this, and where's the heads of those lamps? I mean, just look at that. This is incredibly exciting forms, right? They're just magnificent. And so between Louis Sullivan and Guimard, I was just blown away. I was like, okay, this is it. Then this is the piece of jewelry that made me want to become a sculptor. When I was a kid, I saw this and I was just blown away because it is an insanely weird piece of jewelry. Let's see if we can find a large image of it. Tool size large. Come on, where are you? Really? Okay, well, whatever. In that, what's crazy is the enameling is this opalescent kind of creepy. It's creepy. It looks like chicken skin, and chicken skin isn't necessarily compelling. But I remember seeing this piece as a kid, and I was just blown away by it. I was like, what the hell is that? I'm like, that's it. I was a weird, creepy kid. So, you can kind of see, stop it. Right? You can kind of see this, like this chickeny, skinny, weird stuff. And like, I've always loved wasps. And, as insect work, and I mean, everyone's seen the dragonfly. And, I just became perplexed with these organic forms and motion. And then, of course, I was a Ray Harryhausen geek, so you see this fantasy life was just really super compelling. And so that's where, you had like all the great monster movies, and like Sunday afternoons, you had Godzilla and King Kong and all that crap. And I was just a huge fan of this sort of monster world. So then as later comes on, I actually saw Mobius before I saw Giger. And his surfacing is spectacular, and how he breaks up space and form, his use of color, it's just, once again, incredible. His ability to portray motion and his framing. I mean, just look at this framing. His framing is impeccable. People don't do it much better than Mobius. So then, because when Alien came out, I was, 9, 78? So yeah, I was 9. And, or 79. Star Wars came out 78. 79, I was 10. And my mom saw Giger. And so I was doing this Art Nouveau with monster stuff, and so tendony stuff and this and that. And when Alien came out, God, what's their name? It starts with a B, I think. Well, they published Penthouse, but there used to be a magazine called Omni that was their other big publication. It was sci-fi and science culture. And so they had a bunch of the Giger stuff in the Omni, and then Penthouse had a big spread on the Giger stuff. So my mom bought me both and was like, I thought you were insane for years. But look, this dude is like making a living off this. And um, yeah, it once again just blew me away. And, I started heading into this genre. And then Beksinski, once again, just someone who absolutely captures motion and form. I mean, just right. I mean, is this one person moving through a thing? Is it thousands of people moving through a thing? His most famous painting is, where's the flautist there? Right. But if you look at these things, it's like, it's not just a bunch of things. It is a bunch of things, but there's the implication of motion in it. And these are the things that fascinated me. It was like this motion. How do you capture motion and flow in something that's a static object? And my sculpture really was going, at this point I wasn't doing jewelry. I was just sculpting stuff. I mean, just look at this stuff. God damn, he's good. And so these are the things that fascinated me as a kid and as a young adult and as an adult. And this sort of, I was living with a choreographer for 9 years and like watching her move, and just how do you capture the, so my voice really became about how to capture this motion in a static object. And a little creepy. And now as I've come through, a lot of my jewelry is much more conservative than my sculpture was, because we're now developing product. It's got to be castable. It's got to be producible. But this is how I developed my voice. I went to the things that inspired me, and like, car design, and, architecture. I have, it's really funny. Kate and I traveled quite a bit. She was the woman I lived with for 9 years out of college, and we traveled, and I have thousands of pictures, and like none of them are of us. I take pictures. I had this incredible collection of photographs of sewer caps all over the world, because it's incredible how a society represents itself in social or in public works. And I became fascinated in how do communities represent themselves through their public works. And I had thousands of pictures, literally thousands of pictures. I wanted to do a coffee table book, and then everything I owned got stolen. That was very tragic. But I think, well, hopefully, you can sort of see a path that I traveled mentally and aesthetically that allowed me to develop forms and shapes that I find compelling, right? So that's kind of how I developed my voice. And so now what you need to do is think about, what are the things that I love? What are the things that inspire me? And then dig, why do they inspire me? It's not about copying the work that you love. It's starting to wrap your head around and understand why these things are compelling to you. And then how can you tell that story to someone else? Now, if you're just getting started in sculpture, copy away. I mean, try to sculpt Giger things and try to sculpt Mobius stuff. And you'll start to see with your muscles, what are those things that you can convey from 2 dimensions to 3 dimensions, and, make thousands of models and throw them away until you find the things that resonate with you. I think that's the way to do it. It's work, that's the way to do it. I don't know if that helped or was interesting or if that was a waste of time. Hold on. And the other thing I would say is, don't look at modern jewelry. Use your brain, use your creativity. Look at historic jewelry. Modern jewelry, for the most part, sucks because the computer destroyed the design industry. jewelry design industry because it's all WYSIWYG and they slide the base ring too and blah, blah, blah. So look at historic jewelry, find the things that resonate with you and try to figure out why. And then sculpting, don't necessarily sculpt jewelry, sculpt a teapot, sculpt whatever, until you start to get that aesthetic and feel and get what you want and resonance. All right. Yeah, it's the Kajabi site. There was the architect I spoke about the summit. I think that was Louis Sullivan. I'd be surprised if it wasn't. Louis Sullivan really is. Until you've seen his work. And what's so funny is that it's not refined, really. I mean, a lot of it's really loose. And you're just like, ooh, it's just, oh, God, it's so inspiring. Chicago, right? All right. I have a question considering modern jewelry. Here we go. All right. My friend works at a jewelry store, and I'm considering trying to get a job there making stuff with ZBrush. Well, I think it's a great idea. No, I think it actually, especially if you know nothing about jewelry, I think it's an incredible idea because what you get to do is as long as you're willing to learn from the jewelers, right? So I'm not a jeweler. I'm a jewelry designer, right? And through working with jewelry for like the last 18, 19 years, whatever it is, I've worked around jewelers. I've sat down at a bench and tried to figure things out. So I have, like, if I had to make my own jewelry, I probably could. But jewelry is just like the film industry. It's a collaborative process. Very, very few people do everything on their own, right? They don't, for the most part, casters are good casters just cast. Good bench jewelers just work at the bench. Good stone setters set stones for a living, and so you have to understand that if you're doing big, beautiful, complex jewelry, chances are you're going to send these models to someone else to have them done, right? And so working in a jewelry store, I think would be awesome because what you'll start to learn are, oh, those prongs are too thin. Oh, you can't do that. Oh, if I put things on the side, it hurts, And I think you'll learn the parameters of the nitpicky technical stuff that you need to know to make jewelry that's comfortable and works. I think that'd be a great idea, honestly. Yeah. Okay. Now, 1 second. I felt that. I needed that. All right. Cool. Yeah, no, it's easy to say, oh, that's the market I want to be in. But until you find, like, people often ask, oh, how do you get good? Well, I left the film industry and I sat in this chair, this exact chair, 18 hours a day, 20 hours a day. And all I did was work. It's still kind of all I do. I don't do anything but this. I mean, I have years worth of time of quick saves. I mean, this is what I do. And I'm OCD, a myopic OCD. So, I mean, in some ways it's I don't really have a choice. It's what I do. But, yeah, there's not a modern solution. It's man hours. And the more you work and the more parts that you make and you throw away, because remember, there is nothing that is precious. And, people get frustrated when they crash and they lose a model. Well, if you can't remake that model, you don't know that model in your head. And I don't mind remaking stuff. If it's like right before a deadline, I get pissed. But, honestly, at this point, I'm pretty zen about losing models because I push ZBrush a lot. I crash a lot because, I Dynamesh 30 million poly models and it blows up, or I kill ZBrush quite a bit. But that's what it is. I'm not going to, that's no stress in my life. I'm just going to redo the model. And you just go back a couple quick saves and start and redo it. And if you can't do that, you don't understand what you're doing, right? And I think starting to understand your process, what you like, the things you find aesthetic, what's comfortable in the hand when you're doing it, those are the things that are going to allow you to develop a voice, be a competent artist, and, be relevant. And honestly, at the end of the day, he's going to be happier doing custom work. And, one of my students, he was doing very traditional opal settings. And he took the class, and now he's killing it. Everything he does is custom. And they're selling great because they're different. And the problem is it's all the same garbage. I mean, JCK... I'm not going to actually give you the real quote that was told to me. But, JCK, which is a very large jewelry show that we go to every year, not this year, you see the same booths selling the same things I've been going now 10 years and it's the same stuff. Literally the same booth selling the exact same thing for 10 years. And, it sucks. And, yeah. I'm trying to kind of kick the jewelry industry in the face a little, and that's another reason I want to kind of drag ZBrushers over to my side. Come to the dark side, because you have people who aren't tied to the jewelry industry who can be trained to take their creative thoughts and create objects and product that's very sellable, that hasn't come up through that culture, I guess. So I think it's a good idea. For the most part, the most popular jewelry design is plain garbage. It's not very creative. When you get, there's art in what would be considered couture jewelry that's pretty spectacular. But it's no one you'd ever heard of. So much of it is just, the jewelry industry is a weird little thing. If you want to design jewelry, like I said, I probably would not even, I don't look at jewelry on Instagram. I do not look at contemporary jewelers. I don't want it in my head. Because plagiarism is tricky, because if you're doing a lot of research and you're always on, and you're always looking at modern jewelry, and you're always looking at your competition, you're always in there, you're going to see something that your brain likes a lot. And it could be, 6 months later, you start working and those forms just naturally come out because there's something that your brain liked. And, you can knock off someone's work without knowing it, And I do believe that happens. Then again, they're just pricks who knock you off. But I think it's dangerous to really dig yourself into contemporary jewelers because the capacity for plagiarism is really tight. It's really possible. And like I said, you don't even know you're doing it. Yeah, without a doubt. The other thing you have to learn is we all make garbage. I have thousands of models that are just crap. And, there may be a part of it that's good, and I'll keep it around, and it's like, oh, okay, well, that worked. But yeah, get ready to throw your garbage out. And like if you're struggling on something, set it aside, move on. Because if you're having such a hard time, then there obviously isn't a vision behind it. You know, you had something in your mind and it petered out, or, you know, well, it happens to be all the time. So, you know, just toss it and move on. And like I said, don't be afraid to, you know, throw it away, change it. You know, people in my class will see I've gone like 1,400 steps and I'll go back 700 steps. I mean, I don't care. You know, nothing's precious. All right. Yes, and get a good chair. Getting a good chair is really the ultimate key to success, because then you can sit there without being crippled. I strongly suggest Herman Miller chairs. The Erewhon and the Embody are impeccable chairs. Lots of people like the leather chairs, but I find that sitting in a leather chair, you get sweaty and you stick to it. And get a mesh seat chair. Some people don't like them. I mean, obviously it's a completely personal taste thing, but like I said, I've had this physical chair for 20 something years and it's never fallen apart. I've never had it's a $1,500 chair, but amortize that over 20 years. It's a cheap chair. All right. Back face masking. It's this button right here. Boop. No, actually, you probably don't have it right there. That's in my menu. I don't even know where back face masking. Well, it's under auto. Where is it? Auto masking. It's right here. Back face masking under your brush menu. That's what that is. You want to keep that on for the most part. Boop. Did you read my... Yeah, didn't I tell you that, yes, do it? Yeah, that was what that all was about. Definitely do it. I think both. I think that if you... I wonder where the Santa Fe Symposium... the Portland Symposium presentation is. If you give Mikey's your email, I'll send you a link to one of my presentations that's about iteration. And I think that one of the powers of ZBrush for jewelry stores is that you can take stuff that was very popular and just change it a little, and it still retains whatever that is that people like. And it allows you to take the things that you're selling quite a bit of and just touch them up a little and then make things that are completely different, you know. I think it's going to take you a little bit to kind of get in tune with the client base. Both. Why, thank you. Yeah, you're damn right. I'm a hermit. You know, all those gamers get the chair sponsorships. I need to get a sponsorship from Herman Miller. One of my best friends is the grandson of the man who started Herman Miller. So I might be able to work that out. I think I need a Herman Miller sponsorship. You're right. You're on point. You're linking chairs. You're the shit. Awesome. Yeah, they make fantastic chairs. I mean, it's really quite impressive how good a product they are. And what's really cool is they're like considered one of the best companies in the world to work for. Like they were, if I'm not mistaken, they were the first, if not the first, then one of the first to have in-company childcare. They are landfill free at the moment, and they're going to be carbon neutral by 2028 or something like that. And for a company that deals with plastics and foams and crap to be carbon neutral, that's impressive. they've his grandfather was a forest ranger or a forest management. I don't know. It might have been a ranger. You know, he worked with the forest department or the interior department or whatever the hell. You understand. I hope. He worked around trees. And so his company, he really wanted to be, you know, kind of, you know, just not a blight on the planet. And when he hired the Ameses and Noguchi, like that whole mid-century modern stuff, he just said, make stuff. I mean, he was an incredibly foresight. He had a lot of foresight. Yeah, he's a pioneer in company and management and manufacturing, as well as just being, you know, awesome. I'm a big Herman Miller fan. I was a big Herman Miller fan before I met Harry, but now that I know about the company, I'm a bigger Herman Miller fan. Right? Backface masking, I think is what he said. Right. Oh, dude, we definitely need to talk. I sat down with a guy who does. I haven't been sculpting at all, have I? I don't think I've made a stroke in like an hour. Ridiculous. Sorry, guys. That's absurd. I can't multitask. See, I can't sculpt and talk all of a sudden. Oh, sponsorship. I talked to a guy who who broke down. He's a gamer, and you know he's a game streamer, and he broke down how he makes money. And like I obviously I never understood YouTube. You know, I just took the things that I streamed on Twitch and threw them over to YouTube, and you know that's what I was doing. And he kind of schooled me in the fact that that's not what YouTube is for. It's not about the long streams. It's about 10 to 15 minute personality videos. That's where people want to kind of get behind and see what you're doing. And, you know, that's not about a 7-hour stream of me doing this. That's not that market. And when I was talking to him about it, I realized that, well, what he said was, in a lot of ways, I have it so much easier if I were to do the YouTube stuff, because most of the gamers, and even the gamers who are, you know, making a ton of money, content's their biggest problem. You know, they have to figure out a way to develop content, and all we have is content. I mean, I can generate content, 10, 15-minute videos. You know, when we go to a trade show, we could sit down and talk to stone dealers and tool reps, and we can, you know, give all of them that platform so people can learn about the tools and the processes and stones. And like, you know, when we was in Thailand, go over to what's it called now? Oh God, it's gonna be one of those nights. But you know, go and mine sapphires and look at spinel mining. And, you know, we know people in Australia who do opal mining, and take trips and go see this stuff. And, you know, you can do a few days full of video, and you can turn that into 20 to 50 videos. So we poo content, you know, I compute content, it just keeps coming. So if we get that system set up and then take advantage of some of that YouTube stuff, I mean, and I never even, you know, I just thought of YouTube as promotion. And he was like, no, you can make a ton of money. That dude, between his Twitch and YouTube channel, he makes anywhere between $40,000 and $60,000 a month. And he's not even one of the big ones. You know, he says he's a middle tier, you know, what do you call it? Streamer or whatever. Yeah, that's exactly what I need. Just someone who can take all the stuff that we do and figure out how to get it out there. Um, but I'm now actually quite optimistic about the social media stuff because I never really understood that that's, that was the use or the purpose. And I think that, if we have a video editor and feasibly, I mean, I guess we could take our own camera, that's why I'm buying the camera. So we can start that way, but have someone come with us, do video shoots and convert it into YouTube videos. I think we have the capacity to do some cool stuff. I mean, just rating our friends' safes and like, it cracks me up. It's one of the things I love to do whenever we go to one of our friends that have a jewelry store or something. I'm always like, all right, we're going to raid your safe. And he's like, okay. And it's just absolutely hysterical what people put in safes. It's not always gems. It's all kinds of weird stuff. And, you just do a handful of videos rating people's safes. And, you just keep it funny and keep it good content, but all of it's somewhat educational. I don't know. I think that would be a good thing. But what the hell do I know? He seemed to think that it would be good. So I think that sounds quite entertaining. Right? That's my point. That's what I'm saying. I know a guy. Because who doesn't want to go to Australia and mine opals for a couple days and video shoot it and just turn it into a bunch of different, interviews with weird old miners and stuff. I mean, it's interesting, cool content. No one's doing it, Well, this is a pretty good computer. But my machine at home, I work on models that are 100 million polys. I have a big machine. I think that was one of the things that actually let me get ahead of everyone, is that I could make models that no one else made. My resolution was much more impressive. Mess management. It is mess management. Yeah, I preach mesh management. Yes. I agree. And I mean, it's funny because I think that I have found that my students actually tend to hang out and be much more active after classes. I was told that normally after the classes they teach at Vertex School, they just shut down the chat room, that they did. And he was like, "We don't know what to do. Your students are still there and chatting." I'm like, "Yeah, because I want to inspire community, not just, I'm teaching people how to think and function, not just this is what a brush does." So, I don't know. I for the most part, well, I can't say that as a general thing. There are a lot of people who do not like me, but no, I don't know. I think that community is a big deal. I think we have a good capacity to generate it once we start. Once I have a stable place for people to go to, I think that we have the capacity to, leverage that community as in soft power and, get deals on printers, get, all kinds of stuff. Once people know you have a active community, they're much more interested in, they want access to the community as opposed to us wanting access to their stuff, You want to talk to me about the tube conversation? Yeah, sure, of course. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. You know, you go to a trade show, you can make 50 videos, and I don't know how many times you're supposed to. They're like algorithm post at Tuesday at 4. I mean, like, what the hell does that even? I don't even understand that, but someone does, and you know, they can just take their pick and throw stuff up. And if something happens, maybe we have a video about, you know, oh, a gold mine blows up. Oh, well, we have a video of a gold mine, and now we put that up. So you can, if we have a huge backstore of just random crap, you can actually tune it to kind of the vibe of what's happening around you. You know, I don't know. I think it could be, you know, interesting. Oh yeah, no, 2 to 5 million polys is perfectly fine. Um, Here, I'm going to show you a little trick that I teach in my class. If I do this as finishing, right? I use it to finish my models, but it's a very good way of managing your meshes. So, which one's kind of a crappy model or a crappy mesh? I can't even remember. Here, we'll use this model. Okay, so this is 2.25 million, right? And so you're like, okay, I don't, you know, I want, see, I'm starting to get this tessellation around these edges. And, you know, at the end of the day, you want that to be sharp. Well, your next division is going to take you up to like 9 million polys, or what is that? Yeah, about 9 million polys probably. And so your machine can't deal with that. And see how this is kind of fuzzy, and, you know, don't stress about it. Just keep sculpting, doing what you're doing. And then when you come to it, like I will come over here and I will decimate this down to, here, let's just decimate it. If we lag, I'm sorry, it's because if we lag, well, hold on. Is this, no, that's more. Is this 5.2? Nope, what's that? 500,000. Okay, all the better. So I've now decimated this model, right, down to 500,000 polys. So now that's, you know, you can work on this all day, right? But so what you need to know is, you know, let's say I'm going to come in here, and all of a sudden I know that I want this architectural stuff not to be, or hold on, I'm just trying to figure out a way to make this obvious. Okay, well here, let's actually do it to tiny detail. You know, this is just a little muddy because this is a big piece, right? So this is a little muddy. So what you do is you can, well, there, I'll show you a different thing as well, because this model, there are two different ways of dealing with this. I'm trying to figure out the best way without having to decimate. Why am I being a slob here? Let's just, let me find something that has good detail. I'm just being silly. I'm trying to, okay, this one has a lot of tiny detail, right? And honestly, I think this has been decimated, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So I decimated this model down to 1 million polys. What we're going to do, hold on. I'm going to divide this model once. Let's duplicate this. I'm going to divide this up, just so we have some smooth surfaces here, right? So now this model has, and I'm going to do some more little tiny details so it's crisp, so it's not muddy. What the hell? Lazy mouse. Who turns lazy mouse on? And I'm just going to, well, here, let's put it someplace where we can see it. That's just crap geometry. I guess this is our best idea. So now I'm going to stuff it in here. Right, so now this is smaller and sharper. And I obviously don't have the geometry to carry this in the 500,000 poly model, right? So we take this, and you've been sculpting on this model, and it's, you know, what is it? 6 million polys. Great. So now we decimate the model. Ta-da! Now we have a 1 million poly model. I'm going to actually get really crazy here, and I'm going to take this down to 150,000. So we've gone from 6 million polys to 150,000 polys, right? So that's going to create a model that obviously is well within your working level. I would still use my quad model until we get to this point, so you can do all those things, but eventually you come to a decimated mesh. Okay. So we can see here that we now have a decimated mesh, and from out here it looks okay, right? But you know, those places that I want to be sharp, I really wanted this to be sharp. I want these knuckles not to look, you know, and I want this to sharpen up. So we go to our old model. This is our sharp detail model, right? We hold down Control and tap the timeline. You'll see a little white button come up. This is now our history state. So let's go back to the trashed model. And so now I have a model that's 150,000 polys. I'm going to turn on my history brush, and I am going to turn on, turn on Sculptris Pro. So now what I can do is first start with a slightly bigger. Let's look at our meshes, right? No mesh here that's going to hold any detail. I'm going to take a slightly bigger model, and I'm just going to rub this in. And what I've done is with the history brush and Sculptris Pro, it's adding the geometry while it's replicating the history state. So there's paint. I'm like, what in the hell is that? So you can see that we've started to get in there, and you know, this now has some of that mesh. So now, because it's Sculptris Pro, I make my brush smaller, and I can come in and get to where that geometry was. Now I don't think it's much, it's not too much crisper than that, so we can't really get tighter. If this were actually the quad model, you could get this as sharp as you want it to, right? And so now we come in here, start off a little bigger, get it in, and you just find those places that you want that sharpness to be, right? And come back in here, and you can see that by adding this geometry, instead of subdividing the model to the point that my definition shows up, I'm just putting the geometry in the places that I need or want that definition to be, right? And so this allows you to take advantage of, you know, having very limited geometry, but then having those places that you want to be sharp, right? I mean, look at the difference in this and this, right? The difference in, you know, that and that. You want that detail, you just come back in and kind of throw it in there, and it comes back with the history brush and Sculptris Pro. So this is a way, so now we have more geometry, and let's say, well, I really need this to be sharper. You know, I want this to be sharper. Well, that's where you just take this, you turn on your brush, you have your Sculptris Pro on, turn backface masking off. If you can't get a brush to work with Sculptris Pro, either it's a move brush, because move brushes don't work with Sculptris Pro, or you have backface masking turned on. It won't work with backface masking turned on. But you can see here, I'm just taking this down to the size I want it. And now I can come in here and do nice, tight, high resolution stuff, right? And, ooh. You got to be slow because Sculptris Pro is slow. Right? And now you can have incredibly sharp, lovely detail. Right? And still have a very low poly model. So if your machine can't keep up with your resolution needs, decimate and do it again. That's the way you deal with that, I think. Boop. Nope. Boop. 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 Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Boop. No, it's there. All right. Ta-da. Boop. Delete. All right. Back down to this groover. All right. My friend knew him, and we just had a little Skype chat. Well, that's probably going to be the next class, but the vertex. I mean the link, the Kajabi link. That's the email for my education platform. Vertex I'm teaching through. Kajabi is mine. So if you want to know about the next class, it's probably going to be through Vertex. My site should be up by October. Hey, Raytheon. Oh, oil. Hey, look at this. Everyone's coming in. Yes, exactly. Like Oil said, once you raise that geometry up, right, you've applied that extra geometry, you can just go back to your normal tools in that area and it works fine. I mean, you could do that. Actually, you could do that. I just find if you decimate the whole thing, you're just saving a ton of geometry, and then you can be very specific about how you put it back. The thing about, either way, I'm only touching the points that I want at that point, Yeah, well, you can ask. I'm not a big layers user, but I mean, I use it for scaling. But I mean, go ahead and ask away. I might know it. If I don't, someone else here may. No. I'm here to answer questions. Actually, my brushes are in the link to Kajabi right now. If you download that right now, my brush set's in there as well, and it's the same clay tubes. That's all my brushes. So those are there, I know, and I haven't changed those. So you could download that right now. And I think the UI might be too old, actually. I keep forgetting to change that. I'm trying, guys. All right, hold on. This is something that needs to happen. Boop. Boop. Badoop. Boop. Be right back. I gotta pee. I'll be right back. Sorry. Oh, I'm getting old. I drank way too much before I came in. All right. Boop, boop. Yeah, of course. No, feel free. Answer that. Everyone, pee break. All right. Oh, I like it. We just lost 3 people because I came back. They were like, isn't he gone yet? All right. This is a crappy line. Oh, that's not the brush I wanted to use. Boop, 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 boop. Clay tubes. Undo. This might have worked with the larger stuff, but that's... Tonight was all chatty. I'm chatty, chatty. It's just a link. If you click on the link that says sign up for the email list, or sign up for the email list, it will send you an email with the download links for that. I think there might be a little video in there too. It's a bunch of stuff. I can't remember. It's been forever. I can't remember even what's there. I've been having the person who was helping me with the website, she was doing all that stuff, and I can't even figure out how to log on half the time. So this is something that I do just need to figure out. Awesome. Yay. I'm an idiot. I was about to ask if you had my number. Good God. Stooge. It is an earring. I wanted something smaller and bigger, so I made this hanger, right? It's just a weight. And I like it, but I don't really wear weights, and it's big, So I decided that I would sort of remake it in context of a ring. And so I'm trying to, this architectural stuff was really nice here, but it doesn't really fly where I have it going. So I've got to reevaluate that stuff and kind of get my crab leg redone and, working on it. But yeah, a little fat, meaty, weighty ring. To be deadly honest, I have absolutely no opinion on other stuff because I've never touched them. I saw the Cintiq when I was in the studios, and I didn't even have a computer to use it with, and I went and bought one because I was like, that's going to be my interface with the computer. I mean, I've had students that have purchased them, the other stuff, and I think it's, I think they probably work fine. I haven't, but I would argue, if you can get a Cintiq used, get an old one. There's just nothing like being able to touch the screen, and I'm sure that the other ones are fine. I'm not a hater on other ones. It's just I find Wacom to be a really cool company. I like the people. I've never been screwed by them. I had one blow out, and they said, "Oh, send it in to us," and they charged me like $11 to fix it. That's crazy talk. So, I mean, I'm a big fan of the company, and they take care of me very well. I think they're cool. And I don't just like them because they take care of the artist. I think they make a great product. But I've just never I've always had a Cintiq, so I've just never tried anything else. I don't know. Oil. No, it was way out of warranty, actually. I mean, it was like years out of warranty. And it was a thing they had. So that was, I want to say it was a 21 UI. So I think it was the first Cintiq they ever made. And I guess they knew that it was an issue. You know, it was basically, there was a little chip on the board that got hot and eventually it just burned out. And yeah, no, they were like, yeah, just send it in. And I did, and they fixed it. $15. They paid for shipping. And now, to be fair, that was a while ago, but you know, still, it gives you kind of the ethos of the company. I I'm quite fond of them as a company, and they have a place in Portland, the Experience Center, and I do some events and stuff down there with them. And sadly, COVID happened, or we were going to, you know, I wanted to do a ZBrush and beer night where everyone just comes in, have some beers, and sit around and sculpts, and you know, they do community driven stuff like that. And you know, that's just cool. That's a cool thing to do with your community. Well, I will argue that everyone needs a Cintiq because I'm I have a lot of problems. I'm myopic OCD, but I'm also really, really dyslexic. I mean, really dyslexic. And so the concept of me doing this over here and trying to get something to happen up here weirds me out completely. I couldn't use a tablet. When everyone was talking about tablets, I couldn't use them. It's like Etch a Sketch to me. I do this, it goes that way. I, I have to have the touch. And my friend, like I said, I want to say it was on the Hulk. That's what I mean. I could be wrong about that because my memory is an absolute abysmal goof show. But one of the one of the guys in the art department had it. I want to say it was on Ang Lee's Hulk, and I saw it and I was like, I gotta have that. Uh, cool. Yeah, you know, I mean, the key is, does it work? You know, because the difference between $3,000 and one that's $800, if the one that $800 works for you, great. You know, I found, I don't remember what brand it was, but it was at, it had to be like G4 or one of the CES. I don't think Wacom's at CES. It was somewhere where Wacom, or not Wacom, where one of the other companies was. And I tried it, and having used a Wacom, their levels of sensitivity are very, so I think this thing has like 8,000 levels of pressure sensitivity. And I've gotten really used to that, and that weirded me out a little. But if you didn't know you were missing it, I don't know that you would miss it, if that makes any sense. You know, so yeah, I'm not the guy who's going to go, screw those other companies, it's only this. But I mean, I bought, you know, once again, like 20 years ago, and I've never even really considered buying from a different company. They're just good. They're good people. It's good company. They're nice. Do you work constantly doing Dynamesh, or do you work with subdivision levels? Okay, so I guess that I'm ass backwards on this. my entire goal until I decimate to go to printing, I want a quad model with subdivision levels, because it allows me to clean up, it allows me to move, it allows me control over my mesh. Sometimes you have to dynamesh. You know, let's say I'm joining 3 things and I don't want to, you know, I need them all to be a homogenized mesh. I'll dynamesh, but then I will instantly Z-remesh as low as I can, divide, and reproject to the old model. So I always have a quad model. And I'll take that time and energy to do that. So Much Monsters has a thing called So Much ZBrush. And he has it here, and it's just a 1-button hit, and it does that process for you. So it's a really good plugin. Joe's killing it out there. So I only dynamesh when I need something that's something that Dynamesh does that the quads won't, or if I need to repair a mesh or something like that, I'll then Dynamesh, but I will almost always Z-remesh, divide, and reproject. Because, you know, instead of this just being one mesh, I have the capacity to work at, you know, 10 million polys. And you'll always hear this from people. Well, look, you can't smooth out a 10 million poly model. That's true. And that's what makes it nice, because if I want to come in here and just, want to smooth some stuff but not completely destroy my surface, that's great. Or if I want this to be glass smooth, I just drop down 3 or 4 subdivision levels and I just relax this mesh out. And that's still, you see, we still have the lump there. So lower res again. And you kind of come in here, smooth this out, right? And then higher res, smooth it out. Higher res, smooth it out. Higher res, smooth it out. And now you can see I do have smooth surfaces and I have a 10 million poly model. The other really useful thing is, like, let's say, like in here, let's say I want to change the shape of this, but I have this detail in, hold on, let's just, I have this sculpted detail in here that I don't want to lose. Right? But I need to move this. Well, the nice thing is, I'm going to go all the way down to here, and I'm going to take this, and I'm going to do my move, and I'm just trying to make the squares stay the same size, right? And I've done, you know, a pretty dramatic move there, right? Well, now we just come back up. And you can see that this didn't distort that much. Where if you were trying to move this, your distortion can happen pretty easily. So dropping your subdivision levels, doing a lot, like for posing and stuff, it's great because you can get a lot of detail on your model and then you pose it up. And so here, this is, let's lower res to where you can barely tell anything's there, right? Let's say I like that detail, but I don't like the bumps, right? You can see that I'm smoothing those big geography points down. And now when I come up, look, this is much flatter, but that detail reprojected up to it, right? So having your subdivision levels allows you to clean surfaces that are high resolution very easily. And it allows you to do some very big changes without screwing your surface detail up. So you just have so much more control over your model if your model is subdivision levels as opposed to Dynamesh. Yeah, so much ZBrush is badass. Joe's awesome. Yeah, I don't I would never go to Dynamesh to improve detail. I don't think it's not really it's not designed to have good detail. I don't think. Yeah. And it's so funny because for a while there I thought that my like I'd been teaching enough people and kind of presenting the subdivisions enough that I thought like some people were catching on. And it's really funny, like every single one of the ZBrush Master Series. Well, oh shit. Come on, Tomas, you know her name. She teaches at Noman. Oh gosh, it's so embarrassing. My brain is just so bad. In her thing, she was talking. I don't know how. I want to get into her D&D game. I cannot believe it. Oh, my brain is just a mess at the moment. That's sad. I can't think of her name. But for the most part, almost everyone uses Dynamesh. They just go to Dynamesh and never come out of Dynamesh again. And I'm just like, well, so many of the issues that they're having with their surfaces and stuff really is just, well, don't Dynamesh, lower your subdivision levels and use it. I don't know. But also I don't start with low subdivision levels and then work up to my high subdivision levels. I get my block up in and then I subdivide all the way up very quickly. But you have to have a lot of discipline not to just go up and noodle in your high res. Because when I'm making a piece of jewelry, I'm trying to find vocabulary cues, right? Like little points that I want my detail. Damn it. And how I sculpt is I use low pressure, and my clay tubes allows me to define edges. So you'll very rarely, like a lot of people come in when they're doing low res models, they come in, they use dam standard or whatever, and they're blocking the stuff in like this, right? I very rarely draw on my model. I consider that sort of drawing, right? Like if I want lines, I'm taking clay tubes and I'm going to put one here and I'm going to do this, and I create my lines with my clay tubes, right? And so I'm always just kind of creeping up on my forms. So I like to work in 10 million polys. But now there are times that I'll drop back down and I'll work, in 600,000 polys if I know that I'm doing a lot of moving and stuff like that. So I have the advantage of being able to do all the things and all the techniques that you do when you're doing that low to high resolution, because there are certain things that you don't want to do at high res. But then all I do is I hop right back up, and now I'm back up at my 10 million, and I can come in here and really do a finesseful edge search to figure out what this model is going to look like, right? I can do a lot of very subtle surfacing stuff here to figure out the vocabulary of my part, which if you were doing it low to high, that all comes at the end. But for jewelry, these are very small objects. And, I think that just starting low and kind of working your way up high is like redoing the ring 13 times, as opposed to coming up, having a vocabulary, and then going back down and tuning the things you needed to tune, and then coming back up. Oh man, I'm cranky tonight. I must have slept weird. Um, I don't know. I just think it's a much more efficient way to work. Now, that being said, you do have to become disciplined and not sit here and do this when you don't have the shapes sorted out. You still have to use the same reasoning as that low to high poly model modeling in some ways, because you are taking it incremental steps. And that's why, like, the other reason I really love clay tubes is, I'll never smooth until the last minute. Like, obviously sometimes you're like, oh, well, that's lumpy. I'm going to come in here with SK polish trim or whatever it's called. And I'm going to come in and, develop some corners. Right. But this isn't smoothing. That's just shaping, right? I'm not smoothing my model. And so that finish comes at the end. You'll always see tons of brush strokes on my models because I'm always looking for that just little subtle surface flibbity flabbies that, build the character of the model, I also use clay tubes sort of as a rake tool where I'm laying in those contour lines on the surface so I can see what that surface is doing. It's funny, I think I'd loaded them. I haven't played with Pablo's rake tools. His clay tools, he has a bunch of so for those of you who have wow, that has noise in it. That's interesting. I don't know how many of you are actually physical sculptors, but what you do while you use rake tools is you lay these rake textures into your surface, and it allows you to see through light reflection what a surface is doing, and it allows you to get in and be very subtle with your surfaces. So that's actually a nice rake tool. I like the inconsistency of it. But you can see how you can kind of work your surfaces in and see what's happening through the texture of the part. And a lot of people are always trying to clean their part as they go. I like to have these textures so you can start to see the rhythm, and this allows you to kind of stroke in the rhythm of your part so you can get those nice subtle curves, and you just can't do that at low res. That being said, don't get in there and do until your piece is sorted and you're going in the right direction. Yeah, Pablo, this is one of his clay. He has a clay brush set that in one of the master classes, I think it's knife. And I saw someone using this brush in one of the ZBrush Master Series. And this is a brush that I sort of make by using my slash, and I just turn it really far down. What is the what's the base brush for this? It's a displacement brush. Interesting. What is this? Displacement brush. Yeah. Okay. So I just use slash at a low thing to do this. But his has a little gravity or something's going on with this brush. Well, where to go? With knife. Is there gravity on it? I don't know what he's done here. I don't know enough about brushes. But I don't know. I like that. I like that as opposed to just what I call a line brush. So I saw this, so I downloaded his brushes. Um, that's interesting. I like his. People who make brushes are very clever. Like, it's interesting how they're creating their brush. That's why I tend to use other people's brushes as opposed to trying to develop my own, because I don't have the knowledge base or the patience to do it, I don't think. Interesting. I haven't played with these yet, so they're cool. It's a good set of brushes. Yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, I mean, Dynamesh has lots of good uses. You know, I mean, like I said, there are times when I switch to Dynamesh, but I will always rebuild a quad model. I mean, unless it's towards the end of the process where I know I'm just going to be decimating it at that point or something. I mean, you know, everything has a example where I don't do it that way, but super interesting. Neat. I like them. I have to spend some more time and futz with those, but I bought all these for that knife brush because I think that might be part of my new brushes. I'm thinking, because it has some weight actually with just a little. Let's give it just a touch of gravity. Pretty cool. ZBrush guides. If you haven't gone to a site, it's great. It's funny, he usually streams right before me, but he has this his site called ZBrush Guides. Why are we lagging so much? That's weird. And he has a whole bunch of tutorials. He's a fantastic sculptor, but he does a lot of compositing and graphing, and like he's super talented. And so he has a bunch of tutorials. But like, see, he has skin packs, grooming packs, the clay pack, resources, brushes, materials, alphas, meshes, UIs, miscellaneous. I mean, he has tons of stuff here. It's a really good resource. And he actually gives a lot of stuff away. So he's super great. He's a really good part of our community. He's awesome sauce. So, ZBrush Guides. Yeah, I mean, I can see that. You know, I can see dividing and then decimating. I usually find decimations pretty good, and then I'll just go back with the Sculptress Pro in history to tap those little points that I. But you know, decimating to 1,000,000, it usually keeps pretty much everything. I would say no, because when I build a base model in ZModeler, I have a lot of control where I put geometry, right? So let's say I know that in this little area in here, there's going to be a ton of geometry. So I can divide that up and give it a little bit more geometry than it would normally have. The other thing I found is I know that if I'm doing something that has cool streaks in it, I can make the block out longer, like thin and long. And then when you sculpt, it has to stretch between those 2 points, in between those points, even as you divide. And you get some really cool stretching stuff. So you can just do stuff and really put the mesh where you need it when you're doing it with ZModeler. Once you Z-remesh, so like this, let's go all the way to the bottom. This is the Z-remeshed model. Now I can come back in here, right, and then add those things here. But you can see that Z-remesh, God, every tool's name has a Z in front of it. It gets convoluted sometimes. Z-remesher is trying to retain the details of the model. So you can see that it put this like little, right, it divided it up and da-da-da. Where if I were doing this as a block up, well, one, I wouldn't have put that there because I sculpted that in, right? That wasn't blocked up. I try to keep my model, my block up under 700 polys because that allows me to subdivide up to 8+ subdivision levels. And that gives you a lot of separation in your ability to do low poly stuff and high poly stuff. But this is a perfectly workable model. After a remesh, you do this, and that's why I saved this earlier, right? This was the base. And then I just went from here, divided it up to, I think I divided it up to like 600,000. Is that one of the, yeah. And then I'd do a projection here at like anywhere between 200 and 800,000, whatever that step is. I'd project here. I'd go in, find all the places that didn't project right, fill them in, then divide again and reproject at the higher subdivision level so you retain all that subtle detail. Madeline Spencer, thank you. Yeah, I was like, it starts with a B, and I'm like, no, it doesn't. Oh, it makes me nuts. She's fantastic. She's a great teacher. But she was talking about subdivision levels. I said no one was, and she had. Like I said, she mentioned that they have a D&D game. I'm like, how do I get into Madeline Spencer's D&D game? That just sounds too good. I stream until I get tired. This stream usually stops at like 2 or 3 a.m. my time. And right now it's 11:30 my time. So I tend to go later because there's a dead spot right about now until like 1:30. And then I get some of the people who don't get to see ZBrush live stuff. So I tend to just hang out for a long time. Tonight I have not been sculpting. It's sad. Yes, a long time ago this model was blocked up in ZModeler. These are STLs I've imported from our history. I don't have my drives here, so I can't go all the way back and find my actual base models. But you can see this is 3400, right? So I'm just grabbing STLs from our the website's base model folder. But yes, they did start out as ZModeler. Right? I mean, come on, that's got to be a good group of people. All I know is if they use little D&D figures, there got to be some very great D&D figures in that group. Because all I can say is if Madeline's not making her own D&D figures, I'm gonna be very surprised and say, what's going on here? She's like, I teach, I'm a professional, you ding dong. but her courses are great. I mean, she's been teaching at Gnomon for a long time, so she definitely knows how to convey the information to people. Actually, interesting enough, I've never met her. But from what I understand, she's a very pleasant woman. She's a very talented woman, so. Well, you do know that she has the video classes on Gnomon. I think Gnomon is what, 50 or 60 bucks a month to join. And once you join, you get access to all of their video libraries. So you can take her classes and or take her class online. And it's a good online class. Yeah, it'd be much nicer to do it at Gnomon, but you can get them on the Gnomon workshop site. Push the wrong button there. Well, and I'll tell you why that is, or why I think that is. I'm so empirical about it. Well, I'll give you the answer. The ZBrush community, like earlier, I don't know if you were here or not, but is a very unique community. And it's a very open community about information sharing. And it's one of the things that makes the community pretty wonderful. And like, I don't stream because ZBrush lets me stream. I stream because I want people to use ZBrush. And for the most part, the people who stream for ZBrush are truly ZBrush advocates. They're people who love the community. Like most software companies or whatever try to monetize their users. You know, they want you to do stuff for them, and they're just, well, let's look at ZBrush's pricing schedule. I bought ZBrush in 2005 or whatever it was for $670, something like that. And I have never paid for an upgrade. I've never been asked for a penny. I'm a ZBrush user, and I own the program, and they've never tried to, oh, we'll pay for brushes, or oh, pay for, I've never been asked for another penny. And what's interesting, think about this one, it's been 16 years, and the program's like $880. So over 16 years, the price of this program's gone up, $200, and it's still under $1,000, and you never pay for an upgrade. I don't know any of you who buy software, but that's crazy talk, I think I bought Moto, and then early on the upgrades were $800 a year, and then it went up to like $1,400 a year. Matrix, 16 years ago, it was like $1,500 to $1,800 for each upgrade every year. And some of those upgrades, literally, they changed the icons in my menu, moved it around so I couldn't use the damn program. And that's all they did is change icons, charged me $1,600 for it. Okay, they might have done a couple other things, but really, so when the company doesn't try to monetize the users like that, you really there's a culture that develops that is very similar, and when, the old professional users share their tips, secrets, and information to young users, those users can then grow and become part of the community much quicker. And it's not a weird competitive group of people. Oh, I assure you, in the real world, they're brutal and competitive. I mean, you don't work in the industry without being somewhat competitive. But within the context of the ZBrush community, it's an incredibly open, sharing group of people. And you just don't find that. And I think that makes us want to give to the community. And I think if you ask most of the people who are streaming, that's what they'll tell you, some version of that. Or that would be my guess. It really is a unique group of people. Look at you, fucker. You didn't even pay a penny for it. You're talking about buying in cheap to something that's the last 20 years. Yeah. Yeah, the summits are fantastic. I really find them to be sort of inspiring because once again, they have shows and people bring, or during the show they have, presentations and, all the game companies and the film companies are showing you stuff that, like a lot of the times they're still under non-disclosure and they turn the video stream off so it's not streaming to the world, and they show you, stuff about the Lion King, or, oh, this is, this season's blah, blah, blah. So they're kind of cool because there really is you do get to see stuff that you'd never get to see. But all of those people who are doing all of these things, and the people who present, it's not like Comic-Con or anything like that where you get to hear these talks and then, there's a 6-hour line to even say hello to them. And, that doesn't happen there. It's just a much smaller event and everyone can talk to, and if you're there as a presenter or a celebrity, right? Everyone will sit down and help and talk. And I had a question about printing, and now I can't remember anyone. Gosh, I'm always so embarrassed when I do this publicly. Can't remember his name. I'm having a very bad brain day. But one of the guys who started Weta, he was there. And I was talking to him about some printing stuff and this and that. And, he gave me a card and wrote his phone number on it. I was like, here, just call me anytime, blah, blah, blah. And so, yeah, right. Yeah, actually, that was the year that I presented, and we had the power outage. And, yeah. Don't get me started about singing. Good old Stan. Stan and I had some very humorous exchanges. Yeah, no, I think it's a very rare and interesting group of people. And I'm sure there's some wankers among us. I just haven't met them. Peter Koenig, that's his name. Damn it. It was so funny. We were talking about him and I could not, I was like, I'm pretty sure it's something King. I could not remember his name to save my life. I don't know if you have noticed, this is a reoccurring theme with me. I can't remember anyone's name. I mean, how can you forget Michelangelo? You know, that's Hernandez. That's a name you can't forget. Peter Koning. I wonder how he's doing. It's so funny. He always reminds me of Eeyore. He's just like, oh, I'm working on a new project. Yeah. It's an earring. So I have a bunch of these designed, these sort of clip earrings. Or, well, I think that's it right there. And I just wanted something that's bigger. I love this piece, which is a hanger. And so I'm turning it into a ring. Really? Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. Very cool. Well, let's see. Dynamic brush size. Hold down Control. It is Preferences, Draw, Dynamic Brush Scale. So Preferences, Draw. Here's Dynamic Brush Scale. And then Max Brush Size, Preferences, Draw. Oh, it was in that same folder. Max Brush Size, Dynamic Brush Size. So I have these out here because I work on things in real scale. So I have things that change scale. And my brush size sometimes like is too small to get where I want it to do. Right here, let's scoot this all the way down. And this is the max brush size at dynamic 0.02, right? But let's say I'm working on a car, right? You know, I need something that's a bigger brush size. And then we can go all the way to 50, and you can see that I have a brush that, and since I work in real scale, being able to very quickly shift scales of my brush is important to me. And that's why I have dynamic brush size and max brush size out here. Really, I don't even need max brush size because I just jam it all the way to 5,000. But every once in a while, you need to fuddle that around with it. So this allows you to really control where and how your brush is working. That's very cool. Next time you talk to him, tell him I said hi. I used to do some pottery wheel. Did you see my my tea set and sake set that I designed? I want to print them in porcelain or print them in ceramic. I think about 16 years, something like that. In that vein. 2005, 2006, whatever. I don't really remember. I know my first posts on this stream were, or on my, I think was 2007, but I had just been doing individual posts. I didn't realize, at that time, I didn't realize that you started a thread and then you kept posting in your thread. They changed that now. It doesn't, the form doesn't work that way anymore, but, well, I guess it does, but I don't know. They changed something about it, how it functions. Yeah, in that range. I think those would be fun. I like those. Yeah, it's interesting to see how I was talking to Eric Keller um, today and talking about going back and looking at your ZBrush stream. And he was like, oh my God, I made some crap models. And I mean, to be fair, it was probably a year before I figured out to post to posting our streams. But hold on, yeah, there we go. So the first post on this stream, see, I'm a little slow, but I get it. I'm starting a master post. So I pulled my head out of my butt and started a master post in July of 2008. But I had been working for about a year and a half, I think, at that point. I know, red wax, there it is. The joys of red wax. And wait. This thing weirds me out a little. Oh, they're loading or something. I don't like this slider. You can't go a short distance. Like, that's 26. Okay, never mind. Y'all can figure it out. I'm not even gonna deal with it. Done. Oops. What brush am I doing something with? Because that didn't work. There we go. That was a good summit. What was that, 2016, I think? No, it's a really cool group of people. Like, every once in a while I get a Blender head in here and he's like, oh, you should do Blender's free, Blender's blah blah blah, Blender. I, to be fair, have never touched Blender. I have nothing against Blender. This is the program I use. But I'd really like to see what the Blender community is like. I bet it's not as cool as the ZBrush community. I'm just going to say that. I'll make wagers. Yeah, if you ever get the opportunity to go to a ZBrush summit, do it. It's well worth every minute. So for those of you just joining us, I'm just fiddle-fuddling around with some earring stuff. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'm here for you. So I will gladly stop whatever I'm doing and answer any question. What is the shape of that? I don't even remember what I was doing. That's interesting. That's definitely not what's going on right here. I was like, I have this lump here. I don't remember what that geo was like. but this makes more sense now. They'll, yeah, I seriously doubt that there's any chance that they'll have a physical one. But I bet that they, and I'm not saying this because I've heard anything, but I would definitely make wagers that they'll have some sort of virtual one. Oh, that's beautiful. Super nice. Do you have a kiln, or do you go someplace that has the kiln and stuff? I became a real glaze geek. I love. There's some really sexy glazes in the world. Well, it definitely can do a lot, that's for sure. But, you know, I mean, I get it, you know. Blender is free. And I guess this last upgrade of Blender really, I don't know, I just have been told that the latest upgrade of Blender really changed its power, or, you know, made it a much more powerful program. That's cool. I mean, some people use Rhino, some people like Matrix, whatever, you know. It's whatever tool allows you to create, use it. Use that tool. But I will say, this is a pretty awesome one. Okay, I think that we need to do this. But you can see I can do all that low res silhouette work. Down here, low res. And you know, we moved that pretty dramatically. It was up here. And then we just come back up here and boop. Didn't change much. Oh, that's awesome. I was always a crappy thrower. Now, to be fair, the last time I really tried was... It was either... I know in high school I did it, and then Well, no, it couldn't be my first year in college. No, well, maybe when I was at Florida State before I went to CalArts, because CalArts didn't have a wheel. um, so I haven't tried it as an adult. I would like to, though. My friend's daughter, for a little while, she got into it, Ivy, and she made some beautiful stuff. I was like really impressed. I was like, wow. But I think that'd be fun to throw some dishes and then, you know. My problem is I'm such a detail monkey. I'd want to then go back and sculpt on them or something and be like, eh. We had a nude swimming pool. It's so funny. That swimming pool was the thing that destroyed our relationship with the Disney family. I don't know if you know that CalArts was started by Disney. They took Chenard School of Design and the LA Music Conservatory and kind of blended them into one school. And Disney was the major driving force for that to happen. And at the time, the school really didn't have a permanent home. It was down directly across the street from what the hell's the, oh man, the Dome, the Hollywood Dome thing. And so we were right there. Well, we weren't. I was just born. That happened in '69. And I guess that, you know, it was an art school. It was a nude pool. And the Disneys came and, you know, being a good Mormon family, they were very underwhelmed by the fact that there were a bunch of nude hippies out by the pool. And they left and they didn't visit CalArts until, I want to say it was in the early 80s. And then, I don't know, I want to say it was a dance professor, but it's been a while since I heard the story. And so the Disneys finally decided to come back to the school and visit, and one of the dance instructors took his clothes off during the meeting. And, like, I don't think Walt ever came back to the school. And so there was this great pride of the CalArts pool being a nude pool. That was something of oh my God, dorks. Good old A113. Yep. I took many a class there. It's funny, I actually graduated from the animation school at CalArts. I never made a film. I was a refugee from a different school. And Bob Winquist adopted me, and I was his TA, and it was great. I have nothing but incredibly fond memories of CalArts. It was a very, very harsh place in the sense of, like, the critiques and stuff were brutal. But I think through critique, we learn. I think critique is the most powerful teaching tool there is. That's why my classes, I really I find critique to be, well, you know, I mean, I can sit there and tell you all day, every day, you know, what you're doing wrong or what's good or bad about something. But, you know, and it's super easy with ZBrush. You know, you just upload your model and then I physically show you what's wrong. And that way you really can see, you really can identify the issue, as opposed to, I'm like, oh, well, you know, you need to change the surface tension on that flipper, you know. And you're like, oh, okay. And you change something that you think is surface tension compared to what I think is surface tension. And I think just by demonstrating on your model, it becomes a much clearer tool. You can ask Mike and see what he says about that, but I think that that's yeah, and it's funny. I really think that, you know, we came from the second golden generation of CalArts. Before us, you know, you had Danny Elfman and Tim Burton and some incredible performance artists and some really magnificent dancers. It was a really good, you know, 4 years of school. And then when I was at the animation school, Pete Docter was there, you know. My roommate was Mark Andrews, and, you know, he won an Oscar for Brave. I mean, basically that generation, they took off to Pixar. My roommate Dave Krentz became like a character designer at Disney, and then moved on to sort of art department and design stuff. And he's now like a dinosaur sculptor as well as doing design work. Brian Andrews, Mark's brother, worked at Pixar and at Disney, and I mean, worked all over the place. Jill, I can't remember Jill's last name. She went up to Pixar. Oh, you'd know Tom McGrath. He did Megamind. Roger Webb. Oh my God, I can just go on. I mean, Gandhi, obviously, you know, Powerpuff Girls and all of that. Basically, my generation like took over the animation world. It was pretty awesome. And, you know, we knew, hung out, partied, and, you know, that was my generation at school. It was cool. It was a powerhouse generation. It was neat. Yeah, I think that but, you know, it's like, I like people critiquing my models as well. You know, always getting another eye is helpful. I think that I have a pretty good eye. I mean, I think my design education was pretty powerful, and I'm just really glad it's something that, you know, luckily I had full ride for 3 of the years, so the education didn't cost me a fortune. But CalArts was not cheap. I think we were $200 more than Yale a year at the time. But, I mean, we were also voted, you know, the best art school in the world for a long time. I guess that the Royal Academy right now took that standing. But I went to the Royal, I don't know. But I haven't been to CalArts in a long time. I've just been busy. Sadly, I'm, you know, that myopia, if it's not in front of me, it's not important sort of thing. But I wouldn't trade it for anything. It was a fantastic time. It was a fantastic education. Actually, Steve Lord, is a sculptor. He's a ZBrush sculptor. He was a buddy of ours. Anytime I think of Steve Lord, I think of Poi Dog Pondering. Oh my God. So, if anybody has any questions, feel free to ask. I'm just sitting here yabbering away. What in the hell is that? That's a horrible. I have 10 million polys and some weird stretchy crap going on. Yeah, we were laughing. I was saying how I went to Thailand this year with some business stuff, and we decided to take a little bit more than a week vacation as well. And so we were there for a couple days over 3 weeks. And I realized that that is the longest I have ever been away from my computer ZBrushing in like 18 years. Or, I mean, at the beginning of that, that was Matrix and stuff. But yeah, I don't know how to relax super well. I mean, well, I do know how to relax. I relax doing this. I mean, you know, you can see that I'm not really in a hurry. This is just sort of my meditation process in a lot of ways. I almost never use these spheres. I don't like the meshes that come out of Z-spheres. If Z-spheres had nice quad modeled meshes, or if the meshes were a little bit more organized, I think I'd use it more. But it's just the meshes are clusterfubby. But with all these new, like the little, the zoo, isn't that what it's called? Where's these spheres? And honestly, this is what's really sad, is that I always forget how to use them. So, isn't there a zoo? Oh, Zizu. Here it is. You know, this is awesome. But for what I do, you know, when we're doing stuff like this, my block ups are so simple. I don't really, you know, I'm very rarely developing a form. I'm trying to think the last time I did use it to make hand really quick. I did. Yeah, I mean, I use it every once in a while, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, but rarely. It's not a big thing, but this is awesome. I was very impressed with that. I thought that was really cool. Of course, I'm glad that you're enjoying yourself. At the end of the day, that's why I do it. So thank goodness someone is. It's so funny. I'm very self-aware for the most part. You know, I'm pretty honest with myself about things. You know, I don't glorify myself in my own head and things like that. But I'll tell you, it's one of the things that I don't know if I ever am going to learn. And I never know how people are taking, because there's no contact, right? I'm just talking to myself, really. You know, and I see this, but yeah, it's a clicker. Based on this, if you're wondering what the hell it is, this is a weight, and so I want to make something that ties to that. So making a clicking ring, sort of in the same scroty crab leg lumpy something. I don't know what the hell it is, but it's a lumpy crab leg scrode. mean, come on, right? Who doesn't want a lumpy crab leg scrot? But when I do these streams, I have no idea if people are getting it or listening, or I find it very hard to know. And like I said, I find it really interesting, and I mean, not actually demoralizing, but it's demoralizing. You know, you see people come in and, you know, you get like 120 viewers, and then like 3 seconds later they go away because, you know, I'm not doing character work and that stuff, and I think it's somewhat hard to associate with what I'm doing if that's what you're looking for in the ZBrush streams. And so I think that I lose a lot of viewership that way. Not that I'm judging my self-worth over my viewership. It's just, it's a little sad because if people stayed, you know, I think that what I'm trying to get across to you is that at the end of the day, there are many ways of using ZBrush to monetize yourself. And, you know, I can teach you how to print and manufacture and get that stuff in. But people don't, a lot of people look at this and they don't understand, you know, this isn't very associatable, I think. And so it's a struggle for me to make my streams a broader audience, I think. I'm working on it. Yep, that's true. I was kind of hoping, you know, the master stream I did would, you know, maybe open some people's eyes to, you know, nothing personal, but chances are you're not going to get a job at a gaming company and you're not going to work in the industry. There are just so few of those jobs left anymore. But, you know, a lot of these kids have really busted it to get good at this. Wow, we're lagging. Is the stream lagging? I tend to polish my sculpts. Well, first of all, I leave a lot of texture in my sculpts. The texture is sort of one of the things I'm known for. So, but I polish my sculpts by using my subdivision levels. And let's say we want this, you know, smoother, right? I'll lower my res down to a point where I'm going to relax the base mesh to get rid of some of that, right? And so I'll come in here. Maybe I won't. I'll come in here and sort of get the fundamental shape of the mesh more relaxed. And I'll come up, smooth, come up, smooth, come up, smooth. I always use smooth stronger, higher up. But that's also because I'm working at higher base resolutions than most people start with. And then once I get it smooth, Sakaki Karo's brushes, SK Trim Polish, I think is the best edge polishing tool because it doesn't aggress the edge. They kind of wind up pinching one another. So you can come in and just run along this edge, and you can see that polish isn't rolling over the edge, right? And I think this is the best sort of come back to hard surface finishing tool, right? And, you know, obviously if But you can see how it sort of sharpens that edge as opposed to rolling over it with a lot of the tools. And that's how I just kind of work it in and do that. But for the most part, honestly, I'd leave most of this texture. I'm a texture monkey, so I tend to like the texture being there. Okay, good. Well, there's always a little bit of lag on Yelp. Or Yelp. What? Twitch. I swear to God, I'm a mess tonight. My poor brain. My poor brain is struggling. Struggling. Forgot my man baby bottle. Can we make use? You mean what property are you talking about? Actually, that's something you could ask Michelangelo, since he kind of knows a lot more about that than I do. Yeah, I assume you can change the properties on all the brushes to get them to do what you want them to do. But like I said, I don't really... I mean, I come in and futz with a little bit of the properties, but for the most part, I tend to stick with... Oh, I see what it did. That's more of an architectural element. I was trying to figure out what was going on here. Boop. Man. I'm all cranky and I must have slept really weird because I don't usually have this much sort of body pain when I'm working. So what that means is it is leave here, go get in the hot tub. That's what that means. Hot tub before bed. I don't know how people live without hot tubs and saunas. In Spain, at the house, we have this big, beautiful sauna. It's really nice. Oh, it's really nice. Sampa is he's very good about getting the sauna up and running. He's not screwing around. He and Annetta built the sauna. They were going to buy one, and then they just bought a kit and put it together. It was really funny. But he's got the thing tricked out where you pull on the little chain and it spits on the thing. He's like, yeah. Yeah, you know what? I haven't used those in a while. I know that they're in my brushes. Interesting. Like I said, I know that there are brushes that I use, and then I discover a new brush, and then I just start using it. And I'm really good about forgetting all the things that I've used before. Maybe I'll try that. I have a bratwurst that I cooked on the big green egg. I'll take my hot tub. So now the question is, bratwurst before the hot tub or bratwurst after the hot tub? Ooh, 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 ooh. I made it through the first round of Starlink. Starlink team is now accepting addresses instead of just zip codes at starlink.com, which will improve our ability to provide location-specific updates for our network developments. So why I'm here, I'm not at home. I'm at like the office or co-op office space because we get no internet where I'm at home. Well, sometimes we might get dial-up speeds. I mean, really. I mean, you think I'm joking. I'm not joking. And once they said Starlink was going up and really about areas that don't get internet, I was super stoked. I'm like, I think Elon can open his mouth and be a ding-dong sometimes, but I'll tell you what, I'm really stoked about Starlink. And, you know, we're up in the Pacific Northwest, so we're in the right band. And I live out in BFE, so it's exactly what they're looking for. I'm praying I can get into the Starlink beta so I can have internet, like real internet, so I can stream from home. Because if I could stream from home, I'd stream a lot more. Because, I mean, I do this all day, every day. And so on my stream, I could just sit and stream while I work. But I don't know. It's a little too much for this short space. Right? You see, this is nice and open and this makes sense, but we've kind of crushed it all down and it's just too, like, this doesn't work. It's too much. That sounds awesome. So it's hysterical. So I was asked to house sit with my friend's mom, Lee, and Lee's 74, something like that. Wow, that's really not a good sound. I just heard like an electrical. I'm like, oh God, the place is going to burn down an electrical fire. And Lee cooks cookies. And it's so funny because, I mean, I swear to God, the woman weighs 98 pounds, 100 pounds, something like that. And she cooks like 6 batches of cookies. So we have oatmeal cookies. We have peanut butter cookies. We have Rice Krispie treats. And I mean, like, no BS. There's like 70 cookies. I'm like, Lee, I'm fat. I don't burn calories. I sit in a chair all day. I'm like, you can't just make, and she just, like, she'll eat them. She eats all of them that I don't eat. It's crazy. Like, I'll have 5 cookies and she'll eat the 25 other cookies. And she doesn't gain, it's the most amazing thing I've ever seen in my life. Either her body just doesn't process sugar at all, or her metabolism is so damn fast that it just like burns off. It's the funniest thing you've ever seen in your life. Liz and Mike came home like a week ago, something like that. And there were all these cookies, and Liz was like sort of hassling me. She was like, "Oh, Mr. Cookie Eater." I'm like, "No, your mom eats them all, man." It's crazy. She is, oh my God, I love her to pieces. She is so funny. Sometimes we'll sit there and I will just cry laughing. She is so damn funny. Like the Seattle Seahawks, right? And her grandson is a big Seahawks fan. And so she'll watch the game. And, if I'm not busy, I'll sit and watch the game with her every once in a while. it's better for me not to watch a game, because if I'm rooting for you and I watch the game, doesn't matter what sport it is, whatever, you'll lose. It's sort of a miraculous thing. But we were sitting there, and she had the remote, and every time Seattle scored, she called Georgie, and they'd talk. Oh, look, we scored, yay. And I'm sitting there futzing with my phone or something, and I look up, and it's on the porn ordering page. Like, she's ordering Ass Master 5000 or something. And I'm just like, Lee, what are you doing? And she's like, well, I'm calling Georgie. So she was dialing Georgie's number into the TV remote instead of the phone. And it seems that Georgie's number takes you to Let's Order Porn channel. I'm like, what are you doing, Goofus? Oh my God. I was laughing so hard. It was priceless. Right? I know. I would die. I would get like diabetes and die she's incredible. I know, right? I almost peed myself. I could not believe it. I was just like, what is going on here? Oh my God, she is priceless. And I mean, she's not senile. She's just funnier than hell. She calls me out one night. It's like, Tomas, there's someone in the garage. And we're on 10 acres and, there's a shed down there. And I take the flashlight and I'm looking, and she's like, no, over to your right. And I'm looking, none of the lights are on. She goes, yeah, they're in the window. They're moving. I'm like, okay. And I'm looking. And then finally she goes, yeah, a little more to your right. And I look, and it was when we had the blood moon, it was huge. And so it was right on the horizon. And I go, Lee, do this. Are they moving? And she goes, yeah, they're moving. I'm like, you dork, that's the moon. And she looked at it and she was like, oh. Oh my God. Holy hell, she is funnier than hell. She's absolute good humor. She's priceless. She's a great roommate. Or I guess housemate. She definitely cooks the hell out of cookies. Oh my God. I can honestly say I've lived around very few people that make me just absolutely cry laughing that much. I mean, oh, she's a funny woman. I wish. Look at me. I'm a little on the plump side because I don't. See, this is where OCD really comes and kicks you in the face. Is that, like, I really like. I'll hike and my feet and ankles are destroyed, sadly. So if I twist my ankle, I could literally just not walk for weeks. Yeah, this is just too compressed to work. We're going to have to just we're going to revamp this. I'm not happy with this at all. I don't even know what the hell I was talking about. Being fat. I loved hiking. I mean, we used to do 2 weeks in the Grand Canyon. I was like a really big hiker, and then my knees and ankles just fell apart, and now I'm just broken. I can really screw myself up very easily, where my joints swell up, I blow up, I die. It's really depressing. It's horrifying. So I'm really reticent, and my poor OCD, because I'm trying to build this education thing, it's like anything that isn't spent on the education thing or, business of some sort or another, my brain just views as a waste of time, and it won't let me do it. Like, I'll get anxiety, I get weird, yes, mental illness is a real thing. But I will say that the Thailand trip was awesome because, like I said, it was the longest I had not been, by my machine. And because it was pseudo business, I mean, not pseudo business, there was business thrown in there. We looked at stones, we did a bunch of other stuff. But when we got to the beach, G and I just sat on the beach, and it was just heaven on earth. I was like, okay, you know what? We just sat there and drank and watched the sun. It was really spectacular. But that's a rare event for me. I don't vacation much. It really takes someone else to go, hey, Tomas, we're going to go do this. And I'll, it's not like I have anything about a problem, but it's not, it's never really my first inclination. Hey, let's take a break and go do that. Not until everything's done. My poor OCD would freak out if I just leisured around. That's another interesting thing living with Lee is that, normally I would just sit in that chair and work, and she makes me come down, and like at 4 o'clock, 3:34, something like that, she'll call Bailey's time, and she makes Bailey's and coffee, and so we sit and have a little Bailey's and coffee out on the back porch. There are hammocks there, sit in the hammock, and she sits there and smokes. But it makes me move, it's actually quite nice that but at the same time she's absolutely not needy. I can sit up there all day and it's not like she gets weirded out or whatever. So it's pretty cool. And it's heaven. I mean, the location is just heaven on earth. It's one of my favorite places. And if I can get internet, I'm going to pee myself with joy. They're going to have to burn me out. I'll never leave. Yeah, that's very true. But I've always been that way. When I'm out and about, like at the ZBrush Summit, or if I go to a trade show, I'm perfectly sociable, But I know that that's something that I have to do for work. That's part of work, like the trade shows and stuff. And I enjoy the people I know and meet, and but if it were up to me, I'd never leave the house. I'd just sit and work until it's done. Once we get the website up and running and we have everything sorted out, I'll gladly take trips and do stuff but it's all got to be work associated in one format or another. It'll make me nuts. Literally. It'll give me anxiety attacks. I don't know how many of you have knockdown, drag out, don't sleep anxiety attacks because you're not working. That's one of those things. Yeah, right here. I just don't understand why my students don't spend 70 hours a week working on their homework. What's wrong with you guys? Oh, those millennials. I love on one of the news channels or something, they were talking about how all those millennials went to the beach and for spring break and partied and blah, blah, blah. There was a couple notes, comments on the news stories where they're like, yeah, the millennials are a little older than that. He goes, I'm a millennial and I'm 40. He's like, I think you're talking about the Zoomers. Did you know that we're in Generation Z and they call them Zoomers? Yeah. Hey, congratulations. Has it really been that long? Good God. Time flies when you're having quarantine. Oh man, quarantine. Lee got so angry at me a couple times because she's like, I'm going to go to the casino. I'm like, you're going nowhere, man. She's like, I want my grandchildren to come visit. I'm like, your grandchildren aren't coming to visit. I was like totally like COVID Nazi. I'm like, no one's coming to the house. I am not going to be the person that calls Liz and explains that her mother died because I let her go to grocery shopping. I was like, nope. She got pissed at me a few times. I'm going. I'm like, you're going nowhere. Not happening. Clicksters? Is there now another generation other than Z? Oh, good God. I love that all of this revisionist history about when generations are, because Generation X, like I guess they've now lumped us into Generation X. And Generation X was well after us before they started talking about all this silliness. For a while, we were the lost generation, and then it was, I can't remember the word they had for it. And I was just like, whoa, what did I just do to make those menus go away? All right, well, that's weird. Who knows what I just did, but I did it. I don't know. All I know that is anyone who was born like in the late 80s, early 90s is insane. No, just kidding. 247 in a day. Oh, I'll tell you what, man, we're losing a lot more than 247 in a day. I can't believe how this country has completely, absolutely, and utterly screwed the whole COVID thing. It just blows me away. And I just love that everyone's shocked. You know, like people in California are just like, oh my God, how can, because I guess they closed California again. I guess they're doing another lockdown in California. And California was doing great. I mean, for as big a place it is, it had not very many infections. And then it all started Memorial Day. They all tried to open up for Memorial Day. And they all did. And 3 weeks later, boom, it starts going. And everyone's like, oh, how could this happen? It's like, well, are you kidding me? It's like, you idiots. Yeah, I totally forgot about that. Pepsi. I don't know. I love the first pictures of Trump in a face mask was when he visited the military hospital. And the only reason that he was wearing the mask is because the military hospital said, we do not care who you are. We will not let you in unless you are wearing a mask. And I was like, good for them. All these idiots who are like, oh, it's a conspiracy. Yeah, the Democrats want you to wear a mask. Those creepy conspirators. I really just wonder about the mental capacity of people. That's true. There's going to totally be a baby boom, isn't there? What are you? We're COVID boomers. So I've got you by 9 years. So you were born in 78, 79, something like that. I was born in 69. Yeah, 75. I was born in 69. You don't even know where you are. At least I can remember what year I was born. I don't like that. I don't like any of that. I'm a little underwhelmed by all of that. Right? The funny thing is everyone's like, oh, you were born in the summer of love. I was like, no, that was 68. 69 was not the summer of love. It was the summer of riots. Yeah. Yeah. The 70s were an interesting time. I'll say there was some very bad hairdos in the 70s. Early 80s, some really bad hairdos. But disco did start the electronic movement, the electronic music movement, so we can't be too rough on disco. An earring. An earring. And body crunching noises. Wow, that's funny. I remember we lived in Reston, Virginia, and Ray Waddy had just been transferred from Seattle Seahawks to the Washington Redskins, and he was a friend of a friend, and he had a Sony Walkman, but it wasn't like one of the cheap ones. It was like this blue one that was in this silver thing. It had like little switches where it was like Sony's hi-fi Walkman. It was a big deal, and it was cassettes, right? And so he was like, yeah, dude, here, you can use it. And he gave it to me. I guess they were going to someplace, so he's going to be gone for a week or so. And he gave me the Walkman to listen to, and it was awesome. But the only problem was there were 3 cassette tapes that I had, and 2 of them that he left me, because I didn't have a cassette player. I wasn't really, we had LPs, they sounded great. I didn't need to travel with music. It wasn't really a thing at the time, and it was 2 ABBA cassettes and then like a mixtape. And I got very familiar with ABBA because, you got this thing. It's super cool. I listened to a lot of ABBA on that cassette player. Yeah, with claws. Or at least crab legs. Wow, that's really weird. We weren't lagging at all a few minutes ago. Now my stroke's lagging a little. I do not know why it is laggy. It's struggling. What else is on here? that's not. What is that? Oh, that's just when Process Export launched. ZBrush, ZBrush. It's all ZBrush. I don't know. Weird. Weird. I have no answers. Uh-oh. Mr. Sandman, bring me a spleen. Make it the cutest that I've ever seen. What time is it? You're not Pacific Standard. You're 1 hour over, right? Is that Mountain? All I can say is, oh, in Central, yeah. What time is it? Oh, it's 12:45. Okay. Well, all I can say is, I don't know why the hell you don't come hang out more often, because that was thoroughly enjoyable. I don't know how everyone else liked it, but I had a good time. So. Well, you have my number. Text me and let's sit down and chat, because I want to throw some of that video and YouTube-y stuff past you, and well, just touch base in general. But I want to run some of that past you and see what you think, because I'm a social media idiot. I'm worthless. On one of my streams, someone told me that I should be doing my Instagram posts at Tuesday at 4 in the afternoon. And I know that there really is like silly things like that that are algorithmic and blah, 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 blah. I don't know any of them. And sadly, I really don't care to know any. I can't. I think I'm far more interested in running around the world making dumb YouTube videos. That sounds really just like far more entertaining than Instagram. Now that looks like a body. I'm just really, really not enjoying this part. This is not doing it for me. Damn it, Jim. Yeah, please do. I'd love to sit and chat. This was fun. Come back on Mondays and hang out. I know it's a little late for you, but yeah, exactly. And you know where to find me on Mondays. At lovely ZBrush Live. Might just Pixologic Twitch. Yeah, it just doesn't compress right. Let's look here and see if I can. I don't. See, it just says it has that claw shape there that I'm liking more. This isn't getting that. See that flattened? That's what's bothering me, is that it's all just too flat. It's too flat. I've distorted my claw shape. So let's get our whoa. I love when I do crap like that and then I just turn around and do it again. Yeah, I'm not a big sleeper. I tend to usually go to bed around 1:45 to 3, and I usually get up around 9. Something like that. Yeah, it kind of distorted what I like about the shape, didn't it? Actually, I've seen Roman stuff. It's really good. Have you seen okay, I quit. My poor brain. I can't think. Nope, not coming. Not coming. He's a biomechanical tattoo artist that is just the shit. He's great. And I can't think of his name. It'll come to me at some point, hopefully. Yeah, let's get that crabby claw shape back in here. I think that's the number one thing that's bothering me about this thing. Hey, there you go. How'd you know I was talking about Guy? Guy's awesome sauce. He's cool, and he's a really talented tattoo artist. I just love his depth. I mean, he just does the thing. He's awesome. Oh, you haven't seen Guy? Oh, he's, yeah. Let's look up Guy. I can't even spell Guy. Come on, where's... He's really awesome. But like some of the stuff where you get the biomechanical and then you see into the pieces. He just does some really cool stuff with light. That piece I love. That is just super cool. And that one was neat too. He's super talented. One of my business partners, she has a pretty cool Giger tattoo. One sec. Come on, where's a picture of her Standing up. Really, there's not just a picture of... Yeah. That's the backyard in Spain, but you can see it's not the greatest picture of it. It's a pretty cool tattoo, though. I can't remember the name of the guy who did her tattoo, but he does some really beautiful biomechanical stuff. But guy's pretty damn awesome. Let me just look at some of that stuff. What I find interesting about Guy's stuff is that his style, like it's still the same biomechanical style, but the illustration style changes. You know, it could become very simple or it becomes really complex. You know, he's really a talented dude. A very talented dude. That's such a funny picture of him because now he almost always has his like sideburns and stuff. I don't know if you see him clean cut. Like he'll go in with a Sharpie and draw it on and then... Pretty groovy. Well, let's look at what Roman's doing. Nice. Good old Anubis head. I've seen this one. Yeah, it's a good one. That's kind of cool. Really? Where did that... I just clicked on it and it disappeared. That's weird. That's nice. That's good work. He's a talented guy too. Oh. There's a tattoo artist in Cincinnati. Come on, Tomas. They bought some of my jewelry. He and his wife's an awesome tattoo artist too. Not coming. Not coming. Don't have any answers again. He has a funny name, or you know, it's an interesting name. That's gonna make me nuts. But he's a spectacular tattoo artist as well. What's too late? Oh, it's too late? No, I have bad brain days some days. You know, I drowned. I was dead, and my brain sometimes just decides not to work. I'll tell you what, I don't know if I'm gonna make it to 3. I'm see? I'm falling apart over here. Yeah, I must have had a... I kind of remember waking up a few times, but I don't know, something's going on. It's too early for me to be yawny. Nick Baxter? I don't know. Let's look. Guy Flatmo. That's who I'm looking. Nah, he's really good. Wow, he's really trippy. That's some cool stuff. No, I had never seen this stuff. Wow, he does a good tentacle. I like that. Oh, I'm digging him. That's super cool. He has that rollover really good. Wow, he's really talented. It's Core Flatmo. Not Guy. Did I say Guy? No. Yeah. But he does some stuff, like his light two-tone stuff. I can't believe it. There we go. Yeah. Some of the stuff that he does where it's black and white, and then with some of the color stuff, wow, it's gorgeous. But his black and white stuff's staggering. And I can't think of what his wife's name is. Pluribellum Tattoo, that's the name of the place. And, you know, he does some good biblical black and white. But what is her name? Core flat mo. Well, let's go to Parabellum and maybe they. No. Core flat mo. Wife. You're not going to just give me the information. Oh, we're in images. Brenda. I love this piece. Come on, give me a better picture of it. It's a beautiful piece. Fudo. They're awesome. Super good. Super good. Gosh, I can't even. My friend in LA, I can't. Wow, that's painful. I should be able to remember that. That's okay. You can pass out and take a nap. We won't hold that against you. Let's kick this up just a touch. Sorry, stream's been all over the place for everyone. We've talked about all kinds of stuff. If anyone has any questions, feel free to ask. As you can see, I'm not being very task-oriented this evening. All right, kind and gentle folk. Anybody have any questions? Anything? Are you content sitting here watching me yabber about like a ding dong? Oops, that was a little melodramatic there. Yes, I believe so. But if the easiest place to get a hold of them is ZBrush Live, because that takes you straight to the. Hold on. Right. It gives you by the streamer. Wow, we have so many people streaming now. It's so awesome. We have some really, really cool, talented people streaming. It's badass. Oh, Madeline. She hasn't streamed in a while. But you just go to past podcasts or broadcasts, whatever. And there they are. It's crits. I like when I have two parts because I yabbered on for 18 hours. there's the master broadcast thing. Here's the first time I did these. I have 9 pages of these things. When was our first one? I don't know what date that was. I've been doing this for a little while, I guess. Interesting. I remember I was jealous of Ashley being able to just make slobbery goof monsters, so I think I made a slobbery goof monster. Ah, the joy. See, even my knuckles are hurting. Astartes, let's see. It sounds really familiar, but I'm not.
Request a sample part and feel the quality firsthand.
Oh, the Warhammer. Yeah, of course. That's why I recognized Astartes. Oh my god, how many of these friggin' Space Marines did I sculpt? Well, Shane, trying to get you on. Oh, you mean try to get you streaming, or try to get you onto his on his. Oh my God. On his education platform. Yeah. He's killing it though. I mean, he's like really a Kajabi success story. I guess I think recently he hit like 1,500 students or something like that. That's killing it. I hope that I can reach that many students one day. He's the one that kept kicking me in the face saying I'm a ding dong for not doing modular driven education as opposed to the live stuff. And he was very, very right. Yeah, when you crunch all this stuff, it doesn't really, and change its proportions, they don't read the same. Here, we're gonna futz with this differently. Yeah, 1,800 students. Yeah. I know that he's been working on the new version for a while. Yeah, Shane's another just genuinely nice dude. And super talented. I don't know that I've ever heard anyone say anything negative about, like, any of us students be not content with the class. And, I mean, he's pretty tight. I mean, his system is really tight. It's nice. His stuff really looks professional. And I mean, and the information is great, Yeah, right. And I like his concept of, you buy in and you're a member, you don't have to pay monthly anything or any of that, that's something that's sort of the business model that I want to do as far as the class. You pay once and you're a member. And then where future income can come from is I can certify, right? And so I'll set up a certification system where we can test and all of that. And that's where companies and stuff like that want a certification process. So I think that'll be the extension of the what you would lose as far as charging people multiple times. I think you gain through that certification thing. Not happy. All right, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do something just different. I tried to get that magic, and I'm just not feeling it. Let's do this. We'll duplicate this. I've lost that really cool feeling. But you can drop back down, do your silhouette work, and then go back up and do your detailing. I think I got a little distracted. I haven't really been thinking about this much. Yeah, no, I've never heard anything but really positive stuff. And he's really good about, no, let's undo that. Delete hire. That is not what I want to do. He's very good about what he presents in the streams and keeping the content for the class. He's like, oh, well, you need to, I'll show you that in the class. Where I just tell everyone everything at this point. But to be fair, I don't really have the class up and going yet, so maybe I'll be more. Yeah, I'm not even going to finish that sentence because I know it's not true. No, I love Shane. I think he's a great guy. Went to Cal Arts and then Harvard for graduate school for a little bit, and then I was like, okay, this is absurd. I'm going to just go work. And the whole Harvard thing was kind of funny. It's yeah, never really intended of going there. It was just never mind. Yeah. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, like, I didn't really learn sculpting at CalArts. I learned design and a critical eye and how to be very aware with what I did, and, you know, being very, because you were challenged about everything you made, and everyone around you was so talented. You know, it's just an incredible group of people. It sort of drove you to be better, you know. And I think the real thing CalArts taught me was how to, and this sounds like the word isn't maybe the wrong word, or I think maybe out of context, but how to justify my work, right? It made me think about everything I did and why I did it. And, you know, why did I put that line there? What is it I'm trying to do? It made me intellectualize my work. And when you're being challenged on everything, you can't just go, oh, well, because, you know, you damn well better have a reason you did something. And I think that's really what I gained out of it, was really how to be honest with yourself and evaluate the work that you're making. I think that's what I got out of it. I think that's something that I really try to push my students to do, is, you know, really understand intentionality. At least I try to get them to understand intentionality. Mike, did you learn anything about intentionality? Well, my throat is all thrashy. You dork. That's painful to hear. Thanks. Maybe that's just you're a slow learner. I'm going to blame that on you. Yeah, CalArts taught me a lot about, you know, accepting responsibility for things we didn't. That's on your back, dude. I'll tell you what, the class you took was a little bit of a clusterfuck. It came on really quick, and I made a very bad decision about having the fact that the classes were 1 week apart got really confusing for me. I was just like, I don't know where I am. I don't know what I'm doing. That was a tricky. I had never done that before. There was normally I'm a little bit more together than I was for that poor class. But honestly, I think you guys got quite a bit out of it. I mean, seeing the work progress it was one of the better classes, I think, as far as seeing where people started and seeing where they ended. I think you guys really got something out of it. Oh. Yeah, oh yeah, no, of course you can. No. I'm not a very simple person when it comes to my design. I tend to like things on everything, but oh no, you can keep very simple, clean forms without a doubt. I just don't. It's funny, I was saying earlier that honestly, a lot of my work has become much cleaner now just because I was dealing with some bridal jewelry shop. So I have stuff that isn't all squirrely and wacky. But this isn't that. This gets squirrely and wacky. Well, squirrely, this stuff isn't that wacky. But I have some stuff planned that's going to be wacky. Keyboard. Alright, let's see. Oh no, without a doubt, you can do very clean, very controlled jewelry. Let's see. I say that. What is her name? A student from one of my, not this last class, but the one before that did just this really minimalist, beautiful work. I don't. What's her name? Okay, there's not a chance I'm going to remember her name right now. Sorry. Well, the thing is, 6 weeks it's not enough time. That class was normally a 10-week class, so it's really hard to get in there and figure out what you're doing, and it's just not enough. I do not believe. Because normally the first class is really just me going over what inspired me and sort of like how a little bit more of the philosophy of the class. And I started that. I tried to do it, and then all of a sudden I realized it's like, well, holy Hannah, we only have 5 more weeks. I'm like, okay, that's not how we're going to play it this time. Yeah, that sucks. All right, this has been a incredibly good lesson. That is, we all make stuff that sucks, and I'm heading down that sucking range on this one. My poor brain just isn't really on fire tonight. This might be an early night. If I can't catch a rhythm here at some point, I do not know how long I'm going to last, guys. Yeah, I'm a pretty good critiquer, I think. It's nice to have enough design education behind me and enough working in a position where you're trying to accomplish certain things in models, and like having to figure out, that's one of the things about the film industry that was sort of nutball, is trying to figure out what they want from what they're saying. And I swear we were on Congo, and the one of the assistant art directors, so it's the younger guy who's kind of getting his break, and he's coming into, and we were his set, and he walks in, and this is a rock wall, okay? I mean, this isn't, it's a cave, it's a rock wall. And he comes in and gives us the old 3-finger art director proportion thing. And he goes, yeah, I just needed to be more cherry pie. Okay. You want it more cherry pie? Oh my God. And the guy I was working with was like, oh, we need to make striations with more round boulders in them, and it's flaky and cherry. And I'm like, he does not want a cherry pie. He needs to change something because he's like a young art director. So, and he's like, no, I'm really sure this is what he wants. And I was like, okay, you do that right over there where, camera isn't really going to see. It was kind of back behind this thing. And I was like, and I'm just going to continue what I'm doing. I'm just going to finish one area, because it's sort of blocked out and you kind of get it close. I was like, I'm just going to finish this area and you make your cherry pie over there. And he comes in and he looks at my thing. He looks at his and he goes, I didn't say I wanted a cherry pie. I said I wanted it more cherry pie. And he looks at it, he goes, yeah, that looks great. I didn't change a thing. I just kept working, because got to come in and say something, right? That's how you put your fingerprint on it. You're peeing on your project or whatever. I almost died laughing. I wanted more cherry pie. He's the same ding dong. So it's the main cave in Congo, and there's like this river that runs through, and then it dives down, and there's this sort of thing. And so on the stage floor, it was flush, and then there was like a ramp that went down. And I'm pretty sure it was the same guy. So back then we weren't really using hot wire much. We were really using like picks and sawzalls. And I mean, we were mining. It was ridiculous. So we were generating a lot of bead foam mess. And that whole pit had filled in. And he came in. We had been working 24-hour shifts, with 2 shifts. And he'd come in first thing in the morning, like 5:36, and he was kind of backing up and doing his little thing, and he fell into that pit. But it was all full of foam, but he fell, and we kept trying to get him out, and he kept sinking, because you move, you sink. Oh my God. It was so funny. Yeah, I think the class is what, last week of August or something like that. But we have to make some decisions about the class. I think we're going to kick it to at least 8 weeks. But yeah, let's talk about that actually, because that's something I should think about, because the next thing I know, it's going to be here, and I'm going to be like, I'm not sure. I think they might have posted some. Is there a post about the course yet? Like the dates? Oh no, art directors were just the funniest. I mean, you have real professional art directors who are very competent, wonderful people. And then you had everyone who was wanting to be a production designer one day, and just, oh God. We laughed. We always said, like, the creative artists came from CalArts, and then the art directors came from Design Center. Yeah, it's just ridiculous. There's so much just stupidity about Hollywood. It's really humorous. But once again, I'd never trade it. We had a great time until I started leading shows, and then I became a manager, and I suck at a manager job. I'm not really my gig at the end of the day. I mean, it was fine. It was interesting. I enjoyed it, and then I realized that, yeah, once you're the lead design or lead sculptor sort of job, everybody wants that job because you're getting paid substantially more. You can negotiate your own contract at that point. And oh man, people just become horrible. It was very unenjoyable. Cool. I know that I think we decided on dates the other day. That's something I have to ask Scott. He'll know. Yeah, and for God's sakes, come and, join me more often. I miss your company, man. Yeah, to be deadly honest, I don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to hold up. I'm obviously falling apart here. I can't remember anything. Yep, without a doubt. I'm not using local symmetry because this piece is in the center of the world. But, like, let's say I turn symmetry off before I do that. I move this over here, right? And now I'm not center of the world. Right, so you can see my symmetry guy. Hold on. Normally you can see it kind of, I turned symmetry off, that's why. You can see you can't, you can't see me point at the screen. But you can see these are not on symmetry. So if you hit local symmetry, now it is doing the same thing as if it were in the center of the world. So that's the difference between local symmetry and symmetry. Is that what you wanted to know? It was like 12 a few minutes ago. Now it's almost 2. No wonder I'm so tired. Or so dopey. I thought it was like a lot earlier. See, that's what happens to me. Remember when I said it, I was like, oh, normally it slows down about now and then it kind of peaks up. I lose that like 12 to 2 thing. It's just absolutely wonky. Bizarro. And I was like, wow, I think, I might be joining you soon. It really is almost that time. Something's going on in there. Not sure yet. See, it's funny. We went from like 103 people to 83. I need to go through and see what scares people away. I can't imagine what it could be. How do I center it again in case local symmetry and normal symmetry is not working? So the easiest way to center your model, if you turn on your gizmo, right? Turn symmetry off. Make sure to turn symmetry off when you do this. So let's, what did I hit? Okay, I'm like, everything just freaked out. So I'm going to take this and drag it off in a weird direction. So I'm not center anywhere now, right? Here, I'm going to turn my floor on. And you can see I'm nowhere near the center of the world. Right, I'm not even going to drag myself over here, right? So what you do is you get your gizmo and you come over here and you hit the little map pen, boop, right? And so now that is in the center of the object. And then all you do is hit the little house button, that's home, boop. And now you are in the center of the world. Right? Does that make sense? Oh, man, my hands are hurting. That's not good. If that didn't make me sense. If that did not make much sense, I'll run through it again with you. And of course, what did I not do? I did not turn symmetry on. Maria did. Well, I guess I shouldn't be impatient. I don't know how long the lag is right now. Yep, it's super easy. Yeah. Starting to lag. Hell, I'm starting to lag, I think. Well, that's actually not bad at all, honestly. The other night we had like 2 minutes. What the hell? I think I have completely underwhelmed myself. Sorry. Oh no. I'm here to answer questions. That's a good thing. All right, guys, I think I'm going to wrap it up here because I'm underwhelmed. And I don't think I'm going anywhere, and we're losing people and no one's asking questions really, so this is a perfectly good time to call it. My fingers hurt. Everything hurts. I'm in pain. Oh. You're such a good pimp. I love it. All right, kind and gentle folk. I think I have hit the point where my productivity has gone nowhere. Like, I've been productive at night at all. All right. I appreciate you spending time with me and hanging out and listening to us yabber. There was a lot of yabbering tonight. I spent a lot of time not sculpting and talking. So, yeah, I don't know why ZBrush has me do this. I don't know if you guys are getting anything out of this other than me chatting. Uh, thank you very much. All right, guys, it's been wonderful. I will see you next Monday. And yeah, have a great week. And I look forward to hearing all about all the groovy crap that you did this week. And yeah, let me hit that stop streaming. I'm glad. Thank you guys for hanging out. Have a great one. Thanks ZBrush. If you don't have ZBrush, they now have like the new free ZBrush. I downloaded it, so I'm gonna take it home and play with it and see. So you can play with ZBrush for free now, which is like a ZBrush Mini or whatever. They announced that a couple weeks ago, so that's pretty cool. And yeah, if you don't have ZBrush, download it and try it. And if you do have ZBrush, work. All right. Have a great week. Hold on, let me find this one. See you guys. Thanks a million.